Wednesday we do have. It's a wonderful Wednesday. That means it's Education Wednesday. And actually, wearing my co-host and also my guest, I have Troy Albertson from the Salem High School. And Troy, good morning. How are you? I need to make sure we get that microphone right in there. Yeah, it's that low voice. Yeah, make sure we pick that up. And let's see, Brad was out of town today, so Brad is going to not be with us, but we want to thank everyone for tuning in, and want to thank our sponsors: Meadowview Healthcare Center, Walmart, Salem Crossing, Hoosier Uplands, Celebrity Home Loans, Dr. Mindy Gunn, Dr. Black Side Associates, and Fox Lee Wealth Management. I do have some information I need to get out real quick. Coach's Corner will be on tonight at 7 p.m. And we have the Purdue Coaches Show at 6:05 p.m. Also the IU Coaches Show at 8 p.m., which I'm sure that Tom Allen will be excited about, talking about the big win. Sure he'll be excited about that. Also, Salem plays Brownstown. Eastern will be at Silver Creek. At West Washington will be at Springs Valley. And IU plays Idaho Saturday at 8 p.m. Indiana State at Purdue at 4 p.m. Colts will be at Texas Sunday at 1 p.m. And also want to remind everybody, I got tickets in for the September the 30th race. It's actually the NHRA Midwest Nationals. I have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday race tickets. So check out my Facebook page to win those tickets if you want to go there. And that sounds like a lot of fun. And racing, it is racing time for sure. All right, so that's kind of the information and kind of what's going on, and as far as ticket information. But let's jump in and see what holidays are today. Troy, today is Global Talent Day. Love that. That's not true, not true, not true. This is also Grandma Moses Day. I've heard of Grandma Moses. I don't remember much about Grandma Moses. Thinking you did have a Grandma Moses, you know. National Acorn and Squash Day. Yeah, I think so. Beer Lovers Day. We have to stay on our game, don't we? Yep. All right. National Feel the Love Day. I love that. Yep. And yeah, definitely. National Grateful Patient Day. Love that, for people that are grateful for their doctors. National Neither Snow Nor Rain Day. Salmon Day. You like salmon? It's so. Do you really? Are you good at it? Fun. It's so good for you. I wish I liked it better. Superhuman Day. Okay, so get out and enjoy for sure. All right, let's jump in and see what's going on. And Troy, you are actually the. Well, I don't think I called you the president, did I? Okay, you're the principal of, for some reason in my head I want to say president, principal of the Salem High School, and you've been there tell us about yourself and your career.
Well, last year was completion of my 6 years.
Yay!
It's my 41st year in education, and it is, I had my 54th school picture taken this year.
Oh, wow. How awesome.
It's kind of one of those things that is a passage, kind of like prom and all those other things. I think I've attended 40 proms, so.
You wear the same outfit?
No.
You have the same?
No.
Did we see that last year?
So, yeah, it's kind of, the start of the school year always puts a lot of freshness in the air and a chance for everybody to start over. We have a large freshman class that came in, and so trying to get them corralled and moving forward is always a challenge. But I think, having a great staff and caring about the kids has made that transition pretty smooth. But again, our job is to take them where they're at and finish them strong so that they can graduate and walk across that stage and receive that diploma.
Yeah. Let's go back to, I do want to touch this, kind of go back to the history, going back years ago. Has education changed? And I guess, tell us some, the biggest things you've seen since you have been around for a little bit on that.
The greatest change is probably when you have a teacher opening. the number of teacher candidates that have gone through the teacher school has decreased rapidly. And so sometimes we're hiring teachers that haven't gone through the teacher training, but they have a degree in biology or chemistry or some specialty, and we're trying to make them come in and get a license and work with them. And I think that's been the trend across the state and across the nation. We're just not getting people to come out of college wanting to teach. And so then a lot of times the teachers that come to us may be a second career, or they're looking for a chance to give back to a community. So those are things that I can tell you is different. You know, you used to have 50 candidates for a PE position, and you might get 5. And so then you're kind of selective in that process. And I will tell you this, I'm knocking on wood. The hires we had this year were good hires, and we felt very good about all of them. So we feel like we're better in our staffing at the high school this year than we were last year. And that's not a slam on those that leave.
Right.
It's just that you have to be competitive in getting those people in.
Right. Well, and it is definitely, and this is global. This is everybody. I mean, everybody's having trouble, finding, every school system is having trouble, finding teachers and getting them. And I think that, let's go back years ago, I mean, many, many years ago, you hear, when I grow up, I want to be a teacher. When I grow up, I want to be a teacher. And then it's kind of sad where that profession has been kind of not as, people aren't going, like you said, into it as much as they used to.
And the thing is, yes, but and then on a second thing is, you got to remember the other thing that's different in the last 10 years is the students' mental health concerns. Dealing with that social emotional caring has become a big piece. You rarely heard that 10 years ago, and today it's very hot topic on all our discussion pages, whether it be principals, counselors, teachers. How do we get the kids to perform and worry about their social emotional care?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So those are two things I can tell you about, Becky. That it's just one of those things that those things I've kind of grown with, and I try to learn as much as I can about each of those.
Right. Well, I think that only makes sense. I think we're in a different world, and we're in a different environment, and of course we've gone through some really hard 2 or 3 years of really the uncertainty and just trying to figure it out. I mean, I think one of the toughest jobs I think you would say globally was being a teacher during the pandemic, and just trying to figure out and double duty, trying to do the online, but also trying maybe and trying to get your lessons and trying to be that person. And I know you couldn't have that personal one-on-one that is so important. We know that. And so we are getting back into it, and I pray that it takes a turn and that more people and more college students want to become teachers. You know what I mean? I hope there's like a big,
I hope so too.
wave of that, maybe.
But I think that what we have to do is continue to get the best candidates for the jobs in our schools, and keep working at it until you find the right fit. Because I think that's what all schools need to do.
I agree. And I think something that I always say, and I know Salem School Corporation, what we want to do is any student, and what I love, Troy, I'm going to brag on you, on making sure it's so important to you, which it should be a top 40, but a priority, but anybody that's around you long enough knows that you want to make sure that they walk across that stage and gets that diploma. That is so important to you, and I love that passion that you have on that. And therefore, what they choose to do with that, is what goes on further. But at least they have that. They have that tool in their tool belt. And I love that that's something you make sure that you try to see through and make sure that everyone gets that opportunity to do that.
I also think that we also want to encourage and make a difference so that we aren't the one that says you need to quit. There's no quit in here. Failure's not an option. We talked a little bit about the Apollo missions and all those.
Yeah.
that theme of failure not being an option is huge in schools. And so that's the importance of making a difference. But I need a team of people to do that. And our teams are working really hard this morning as we had an hour delay. So I'm excited about what they're getting to accomplish.
Right, and we're going to talk about that too. But I do say, I went off the track there, but what I was going to say is that our students, that when they graduate, they could go in a room with 10 other students and they can be as competitive as any one of them. And that's pretty awesome. Don't you feel? I mean,
yeah, and I also think that, we're trying to focus not only just on college, because we're trying to get the workforce development piece added into this to make kids prosper as soon as they graduate and have a skill set that they're going to be important to our businesses that are here in Washington County or surrounding counties and make a difference for themselves.
And some of the businesses that I talk to, they're so happy about that. They're very grateful for that. They love the Prosser. They love all that they do and all that they learn and all that they teach, because then they can go right into a job. And that's awesome too.
It is. And I think that just having a variety, trying to meet the needs of each individual student is a challenge for our counseling department, but they do a great job of trying to find that niche that will make a difference for them down the road. I know that my son was not ready for college when he graduated, but he ended up going later and getting that diploma, which was important to us as a family.
Well, yeah, and I think that, and I love that we are really stressing the different, because no child is the same, no experience is going to be the same, and it's nice to have. I say a lot, like tools that you have, and when you have that much, tool, and when you go to Prosser or you go to an extra secondary school like that, I mean, you get so much great information and get so much more that you can utilize someday in your life, It's great.
I just know we're also challenged by trying to develop our own pathways to keep the kids in our high school too, and that's the work that we're doing with our departments, the business, the agriculture, the interactive medias, trying to get those kids to come out with a pathway that they can go either directly in the workforce or have a way to get an apprenticeship or something along that, and not have to totally use Prosser for everything.
Right, that's true too. Yeah, right. And we got a lot of great avenues, a lot of great. So how is it? So let's go back. Okay, we talked about the middle school, the middle child syndrome, so to speak. But let's talk about those little freshmen coming in. And you said this is a large class. I love this. So and I remember my freshman year. It was really exciting, and it probably was a little bit to get me reeled in here because of the excitement starting. And then when you see them go from that, if you will, that caterpillar to the butterfly, that senior year, I mean, to me, that's a huge growth, don't you feel? And exciting. I mean,
it's always exciting, and the seniors are very serious for the most part all year, trying to get to the end, and they don't want distractions. and sometimes the freshmen are distractions, but I really feel like our freshmen, though, have come in. They understand what they're supposed to do. They have expectations, and they're starting to understand exactly what's expected during passing period, what about the cell phones, about attendance, how important it is to be in class, because when you miss, the teacher goes on. And I think that's important that the kids know that, and that if they can be there, be there. If they're sick, we want them to stay home. I mean, we're trying to still stay healthy, and we're doing a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, and what a blessing the way we have started out. I mean, that awesome. I mean, no mask.
It's just been nice. I'm going to tell you this. It's nice to see a smiling face on a child as they walk the hallways, where the mask kind of inhibited. You had to read their eyes. And so that became a whole lot of difficulty because you couldn't tell whether that kid was having a bad day or a good day. So
Yeah.
it has helped with that and gives us a chance to intervene when we need to.
Right, I love that. So, what's going on today? Explain what's happening this morning
Well, at
that you're
Salem,
missing out on because of me.
the Salem Community Schools,
Which I want to thank you.
no problem. The Salem Community Schools is on a 1-hour delay on the first Wednesday of every month, except for in January. And that 1-hour delay is to allow our teachers to have what is called professional learning communities, PLCs, and a time to work together. The high school's focus this year is totally on developing assessments. We need to develop different types of assessments to prove locally what we're doing in the classes and that we're getting kids proficient in those subject areas. So the teachers are working on that and studying different things. We do have some national norm tests that we have data from, which the elementary and middle school are focusing on today, and my math and English, which is NWA. It's a type of assessment that the students take. It's just learning how to say, what the why is. We need them to understand the why are we doing this. We're trying to make sure that we align so that kids, when they take the SAT, which is now the graduation test, that they have the most opportunities to be successful. And so we're trying to build that, but we're a little bit below where the state was on the first round of the SAT, as that was new last year. So I'm trying to kind of close that gap between what Salem has as score and what the state average is. So it's not significant, but it's something that we set as a goal, and hopefully that we can increase from 24%, which is about a fourth of our kids, proving that they are at their junior year, that they are ready to go to college and can be successful in their first semester. So we want to increase that just a little bit because we have a lot of kids that choose to go to college.
Yeah, awesome. Don't you love it, always like reaching for more, never settling?
Yeah, you can't be satisfied, and the thing is you got to develop the skill sets, because I don't know how many kids I talk to every day that say, I'm just not a good test taker. Well, that becomes in the back of their mind, so we got to eliminate some of that. And it's not just a test. It could be a group project. It could be a different things to show proficiency. As we measure in the workplace, it's not a test that sometimes measures whether you're a good worker or not.
Right.
So we need to have all the subjects do it. And so my high school staff is spending the hour working on planning what they're going to do at the end of the first quarter to get a measure to kind of say, how many students are proficient, how many are emerging towards that proficiency, and how many are not meeting the standards right now. And so what can we do to answer those questions? What do we do with the kids that already know it? What do we do with the ones that don't know it? How are we going to get them to know it? And what are the strategies they're going to place? And I think that discussion is very important, and the teacher leaders in the departments are taking the leadership role this morning as in my absence. But usually I just walk around to each group, and this afternoon I'll walk to the groups in the school. So it's just a good way to kick off the day. It gives them a time to collaborate, be colleagues, and work together to find a common goal for our students to perform at a higher rate.
So I guess the saying of teachers never stop learning, right?
Yeah, they're working really hard today because it's a stretch. Sometimes you have to stretch out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
And I think that sometimes when we have to think about things, how do you get kids to perform at a higher rate? It's kind of like an athlete. How do you get them to do better? Practice is one of the ways to do it, but also, learning the why. Learn that why. Why are we doing this? What's the purpose behind it? And then the how and the what come in the second phase of that. I think sometimes we forget that as teachers, and we are more determined to get them to answer the how and the what, and they don't know why. and so then they can't put it to a common use. So I think we're trying to reverse that process and that thought process to understand the why. Why is biology important to everyone? And then the how and the what come with it.
Love that. So going back to the meetings, like how are they ran? Like, okay, so is it just the team leaders, or is it all of the teachers?
Well, the middle school and elementary today is a large group instruction led by a specialist from NWA, which is so that's a little different than what we normally do.
And again, for our listeners, the NWA
is a national assessment that is K to 12 that kind of shows that you're progressing like you would from, are you in your grade level? Are you above your grade level? Just kind of gives us a measure to look at. So they're looking at those kind of information today. The high school is developing a quarterly assessment to give in October, the first week of October, in all the classes. And as I said, that's something to give us some data to kind of compare with that NWA data. Are we online? Are we on track? Is there any red flags? Is there any gaps? It just gives us a chance to discuss during the day. But my groups are departmental. They're done by leaders. I meet with the leaders prior to the Wednesday. We talk about what should be on the agenda. Then they set their own agendas because it's a teacher-led activity, and then they report back. And so hopefully I get good feedback today that there was good participation and good thought, good discussion. But we have a whole lot of assessments that we give during the year. The new one last year was the government test. So every kid that takes government has to take a test. So we want to improve those results, how they do on that test. The biology takes a federal test that's required by the federal government for the state, and so it's accountability piece. But we just kind of want to make sure that we prepare the kids to do the best that they can every day. We just want to see where they're at.
Right. And going back to the team leaders, you're talking let's just name the categories: English, math,
social studies, science, fine arts, business. The counselors have a team, and you have a team for phys ed and agriculture. We put them together just to have a group.
And is this, what I love about this is, don't you feel like bouncing off ideas, and so each representative kind of tells a little bit about what's going on with their program or their studies, and then everyone kind of bounces off each other, and
they'll share their quarterly assessments with each other and the results, and kind of ask, well, what can I do to help this? And the thing is, the leaders are our experienced teachers that have been there a long time, that really have the experience to help lead that. And in a small group, you're more tempted to talk than you are in a large group. So I really feel like it will help the younger teachers progress and grow faster. And but we also, like foreign language may have an oral exam instead of a written exam. So there's just a whole lot of different things that have to go in. And I'm blessed to have a lot of the teachers that are at Salem are dual credit teachers.
It's just a huge blessing.
Yeah. So they're experts in their field, and they also are ones that I can honestly say, they lead our school. So that mix is very important to have. But again, the guidance, the support, and I hope that they feel our support as administrators, that we're with that. Like Mr. Hickey today is with the NWA. He's our testing coordinator in our school, so I asked him to go for me in that realm.
Well, and I think that's so important to know that. I think I think everybody working together and for the same goal to make the best student we can possibly make, and also bring that maybe that student that's struggling a little bit, bring that student up. You know, there's nothing better to see that one that's, you know, maybe little struggles, but then at the end, you know, like we talked about the butterfly, you know, ready to fly and ready to go. You know what I mean? And to realize, and I think that's what teachers, majority of them, I can't answer for all of them, but like that's what they get into. I mean, or that's why they got into the profession. They wanted to see this. They wanted to see that hungriness, that learning, you know. And I think working together, a lot of times, let's say, you know, during the school time, you know, you start your class, you go to class, you do your classes, and maybe you have a lunch, and then back to class, and you don't get that networking time, you know what I mean? So this is golden time to actually get to know your colleagues and to get to see and get ideas.
You know, and we went from meeting every Wednesday at the end of the day with an early release to once a month because our teachers felt like we needed to have more class time. But this has been, I'm hoping that the results of the survey that come back prior to our next one is going to be something that says, yes, this was valuable. And I think we got to make it valuable as administrators. Praise, get them to do the work that they need to do, give them the time to do the work. That's the biggest thing is if you try to do this without giving them any time, you're not going to get it done.
Right. Well, I think that's something, you know, I'm going to use parenting, you know, I had a pediatrician that told me, you know, you're a good parent when you're always trying and you're always like trying to do something new or trying to do something, always analyzing what you're doing. You know what I mean? You're always checking to see, am I doing the best I can do? Is there something I can do different? You know what I mean? And knowing that you don't know it all, but you're trying to figure out what to do the best. And don't you feel like this is kind of the case in this, saying, you know, we're going to try this and see how it goes. And if it, you know, hopefully it'll be a home run, you know, but, you know, you got to try and see how this goes.
And I think that's going to help. The biggest thing is being able to evaluate, you know, what's the value of it. And I'm hoping that through the time, there may be a time that I have all our group together as well. I did that last year a few times, just brought everybody in the same room. We did a celebration at the end of the school year, sponsored by the student council. They did a luau. It was awesome, you know, but that kind of leads us into, you know, what's going on at our school this week. It's dress up day today. It's Harry Potter day.
I know. This has been, you know, my favorite is Tuesday, pajama day.
Oh, yeah. They did real well at that, and they were school appropriate, so that was good.
Well, I guess as a principal, that might be something you might, yeah.
It's kind of like
keep that robe closed.
It's like Halloween when they dress up, you know. You got to kind of put some restrictions on.
Well, yeah.
But they really do enjoy the dress up days. Tomorrow is Top Gun Day, red, white, and blue.
I love that. Maverick and Goose.
And then,
you'll probably have a lot of those going through the hallways.
Yeah, sunglasses, I'm sure.
Yes.
And then we also will have, on Friday, it's Black and Gold Day, as we prepare to take on Browntown in the game. Yeah,
which is always a tough game.
It's
always a tough game.
But I'm going to tell you, I hope everybody comes out.
Yeah.
And supports us. The athletic department only has 3 home games this year. So,
I know, yeah.
So we need you to help us support the programs, and I know Mr. Whedon does a great job of putting on a great show.
Yeah, and you know, this is homecoming. I know this is going to be a big time, big excitement, a lot of fun for sure, and homecoming is always special. And you have the alumni that comes back and supports, you know, and it's always a fun time to kind of get caught up with people maybe you haven't seen in a while. And homecoming is always a special time for sure.
You know, I just think that, you know, seeing the different people there is always exciting. And, you know, getting to see the band perform at halftime. And,
love the band.
And, you know, just different activities that happen throughout the week. We will have a pep session at the end of the day on Friday. Weather permitting, it will be outside.
Oh, awesome.
So, we're running 2 modified schedules this week, so I thank the cafeteria workers for adjusting the lunches just a little bit. But I really appreciate, you know, all the support and we're trying to make it happen for kids, and they're in there right now decorating the school. So,
Oh, I love that.
the student council had a event this morning before school, so they're not missing class time. They're doing it before, and I think this has been a great
What was their activity this morning? Do you?
They're decorating the hallways.
Oh, okay, is that it? Awesome. Love that. Yeah, yeah. Those were like, you go back many years ago for me. But those, I'll never forget those days of decorating and doing, and, I was a cheerleader, and we always decorate lockers and just, we'd bake cookies and do all kinds of fun things for Spirit Week, and I loved it. Spirit Week to me is always just so much fun. And it's very doable, like on, everything has been, for the Harry Potter, just wear your, your school colors, and then, wear the colors, whatever school you're in at Harry Potter. Also, then the Top Gun, red, white, and blue, and then, of course, the black and gold on Friday. So it's very doable, and, of course, pajamas. That is my favorite. For sure. I wanted to participate in that, and I didn't even go to school, but I was like, I would like to have done that on Tuesday, I think several of us would have liked to. But Spirit Week is, and that's part of being, and bringing everybody together. And those are times that, like, you just never forget.
And I think that the kids enjoy it, and it makes school a little better place to be. We're always worried about our climate, and so this is one way to get kids active and involved, and I think they really enjoy it.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I think that's great, and I love the pep rallies, pep sessions. We had a ball. We used to have a blast doing those.
And I just want to thank the student council for organizing it, putting it together. It's taken a lot of planning and effort. Their sponsors have done a great job. Mrs. Medlock and Mrs. Haslip. I'm excited about what they put together as a plan. They're working with the cheerleaders, as you said.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that everybody has a great week, and they don't forget why we're there either.
Well, right.
We still have work to do.
Definitely.
And I think that we did midterms reports on Tuesday, so those have gone home, so parents need to ask their kids for where they're at halfway through, because the end of the 9 weeks is coming quick.
Yeah. So that's good that that's taken care of. You got that taken care of, and so good for any parents or grandparents or anybody out there. Make sure you check with your child how that's going. And, and that's something that I would have to say is very rewarding, if they're here today, and then by the end of the 9 weeks or onward as we go on through the school year, the big growth. Isn't that exciting when you see that? That's got to be very exciting.
And we chart it every week, so we kind of look at where they go, progress, and so we make sure that somebody touches base with them. And I think that's a goal that we have. If you can see them and get to know them. I can't wait. Today's picture day 2 retakes. Try to get that done, because the sooner I get those pictures in of the freshmen in Power School, I can learn more names other than the ones that come bless our office. I want to get to know all of them. So, and my goal is always to know everybody's name by Thanksgiving. So,
I love that.
It's a challenge.
Now, how do you have any little secrets you can share with us?
Talk to them.
Talking to them. Okay.
Find something that they like.
Okay.
Make sure you talk to them. I've talked to a lot of them and a lot of the kids that were freshmen, I knew some of them already. But there's a lot we don't know, and there's a lot of new students we don't know. So we need to figure out what do they need, what do they like, because those are 2 things I can tell you that are very important.
Very valuable. And, we were bragging on before we started on the air, our new superintendent. And that's something important with him. And you can see him. He's like everywhere, isn't he?
He is. And
Batman.
I like him coming in our buildings. I like him addressing how he has addressed our staff. Very professional. Super to work with. He's challenged me with the assessment piece on numbers. I think he's going to teach me a few things. As you said, here I am, 41 years into the business, and I'm trying to learn new things. Never stop learning. That's a common goal for all of us. We need to have that. Never stop learning.
I agree, absolutely. And even, whether right today, if you want to go back to school, always keep your mind going. Always keep your mind, full throttle and learning. Every day you're supposed to learn something new. So I think that's great goals, and I love that he is so personal, and I know he wants to make sure he learns, everyone's name too, and just trying to, and very much involved. So I wanted to put that side note because we were bragging on him before, and I always like, when we're bragging on something, I like to brag openly on people too, and I've had a lot of compliments on him, and I feel like that's something that we should share with everyone. Yeah. So you'll see him, I'm sure, bopping around Friday at the football game. So make sure you say hi to him and introduce yourself if you have not already met him. So it's a good thing. And I think it's important to also. I love the relationship, and I'm sure it's more so, if you will. And I hate to say this 100%, but in elementary, maybe the teacher parent, and then middle school somewhat, but then in high school, it kind of like the kids are more where you don't get to know them as much. Maybe do you feel that's fair to say? Maybe some of the teachers, or
I think the teachers know the students they have in their classrooms.
The parents.
And the parents, it's kind of like we deal with the students a lot more first because we want to treat them like adults.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And then we intervene by, if we are having struggles, I think I've encouraged, like this morning, my announcement was, if you have a kid struggling right now, reach out. If you've emailed them and they don't respond, reach out and follow up with it. Get that communication started. The parents are our greatest asset at high school. We just have to be proactive versus reactive. It's terrible to react to something that you had no idea about,
right.
Whether it be a school administrator or a parent. So I just try to hold that. I want to be respectful of them, but I also want them to know this is what we see. Can you help us? And most parents are, I'll be right on that.
Right. Yeah.
So I think that, that open contact needs to happen, and that communication needs to happen all the time.
Yeah, I love when parents and teachers meet. I like, or let's say Friday night or homecoming, or anywhere, like there's an outing or an event, or anytime you can get to, I think it's that relationship is so important between the teacher and the parent.
Oh, I agree.
Or guardian, and I think it's, we go back to that where, it takes a village, but everybody working together to make sure, and it could be, something that maybe they've moved, they've got a new house, maybe this is a lot going on trying to adjust or something. It could be something like that, and when the parent shares that, then the teacher may, maybe a little more, things make sense a little more.
It does, and then we have some resources that may be able to help some of those situations to help solve those problems.
Absolutely.
Whether it be a hotspot so they have internet so they can do homework at home, or something along those lines. We are blessed at Salem to have a great technology program, and they're always looking to help us do a better job. And I can't thank Erin Humphrey enough for what she does, but been capable of my building, keeping the Chromebooks running.
Yeah, that's a lot to keep up.
And the thing is, I know at the high school we got all new ones this year, and that is outstanding. So hopefully they're going to take good care of them because they need to last a long time.
Now, is that something that, are they like more, do they like have a little newer technology too, now that they are, a little more?
I can't say that. I can tell you this, just having them, because when you consider you use them every day for 180 school days, and you're using them 7 or 8 hours a day, it's like any piece of equipment, it runs out, and the batteries run down. So taking good care of it, not leaving it in your car so it overheats or freezes in this winter. Those are just strategies. Every now and then you'll see on our announcements those come out.
It's going to be very cold tonight. Make sure you leave your Chrome. Do not leave your Chromebook in
We
the
do
car.
that because if we
Or the
don't,
heat. It's going to be very hot today.
and the cars get so hot.
Well, and also, oh my goodness, I forgot. Let's talk about that parking lot. Those painting, those parking, how wonderful. The parking lot painting. I love this.
Yeah, it's one of those things that was proposed. We went through the proposal process. We wanted to try it. Dr. Rutherford was very supportive of the program.
I know I switched gears there, but I started thinking about parking lot.
We feel like it was well done, and we only did it on one day. So if they couldn't do it that day, it was too bad. And I thought the families came out and helped them. I was there, Mr. Hickey was there, just making sure that we spent the time that we needed to be invisible, and it was nice to see the parents that were there helping them.
Oh yeah. I would have loved it then. I think that's awesome. You know what I mean? And yeah.
And I think it will only get better each year.
Oh, I do too. Yeah, and some of them are like, I mean, it's amazing the art and how good they are.
Oh, some of them really took a lot of time.
They're absolutely beautiful. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. I love that, and that's just a little additive. You know, that's something that like you might be. You know, I know. You might be a little rushed that morning. You know, you get up a little late or something, and then when you pull in that parking lot and you see that, that's just a comfort. Just to see that, and just it'd make me smile every morning.
I just think it makes the students own their school.
Yeah.
And when you own your school, you take better care of it on the inside and the outside. And so I'm blessed to have that. There's a lot of good senior leaders, junior leaders, and those are the kids that drive the school.
Yeah. And I think I'm glad you brought that up because, you know, sometimes like, you know, we hear negatives, but there's a lot of good kids and a lot of great children, you know what I mean? And I feel like that's something we really need to highlight that a lot of times too.
And I agree. I think that I'm blessed to have a great senior class. Majority of them do exactly what we want when we want to do it, and they're doing their best to get to the end.
Yeah.
And that's our focus, and they know it. And you know, they know the rules and they follow the rules. You know, that's 95% of them do that. That 5% is the ones you have to work hard to get through.
But that's a great percentage.
It is.
You know, and we're very blessed on that too. Yeah. So we have so many outstanding and good in so many different, and I love the different personalities. You know, you wouldn't want everybody the same. The different clubs, the different organizations, the different groups, the different, you know, whatever. I always say try everything. See what you like, what you don't like. You know.
I guess we have Mr. Carter is leading our drama club, and they're having their tryouts this week for our town.
Is it really? Okay, our town, okay, and he's going to be doing, oh my gosh, this is going to be so cool.
So I hope the kids get out there and take it seriously and get a good performance in.
Now, I think Mr. Carter is very awesome. You know, I mean, I'm a huge fan of his, and, you know, and anybody at graduation, you see those seniors, and they just love him. You know what I mean? They just love him, and he's very valuable and very much a jewel to have at our school. But what's funny though, when you said he leads the drama, I want to say raising 6 daughters, I used to be the leader of drama.
Actually, he's leading our drama club.
Yeah, I guess, well, mine was a club too, a drama club, having 6 daughters.
But we do have a lot of different clubs that all meet, and we encourage a lot of participation.
Sure.
But again, those are things that I can say make our school different than other schools. And teachers have to be willing to step up and lead that. Mm-hmm. And they've done a great job of forming different clubs, whether it be CAM Club, Explorer, you know, by Mrs. Hill, or Dungeons and Dragons by Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just tons of new clubs that have come about that continue to help us grow.
Well, and I love that because, you don't want, like, because every personality is different, and every human, all of our students are unique, and you want to have that different, that might be a little more appealing to someone, that maybe doesn't want to be, an athlete, or doesn't want to do that, wants to go into something else, and I think that's great to offer, and there's so, like you said, there's so much of a variety there for everyone to be a part, and if somebody has a new idea, I think it's nice, because you always listen to and possibly see if that's something that, can be in the works.
Well, and the thing is, it takes the village to do that, because, like in December, I know that we have Mr. SHS.
Oh.
That's a total different, ball of wax.
Yeah.
So I really feel like there's a ton of talent in our schools.
Oh.
And you just have to find what is the greatest talent that they have. I mean, we have guitar club.
Mm-hmm.
There's just tons.
Yeah.
So if a student needs to ask, I know the counselors have lists on the counter, but join us. That's what we want to encourage.
Yeah, and I love that. I do love the Mr. SHS, and I want everybody to, I'm going to kind of do a plug, anybody that knows anybody that wants to be a part of that, because I've heard people that didn't do it that said they wish they would have, after graduation, and this is the time to do stuff like that, because it's, going to be over, but what's funny is you'll see a football player, that crushes them on a Friday night, but then can sing a beautiful lullaby.
It's amazing.
And are just, completely just, it's so awesome to see the different talents, and that specialty that they have, or playing the piano, you didn't know they could play, or, or be a comedian, or, there's so much great talent there,
Just gets to show their personalities.
Yeah. So I love that too. And that'll be so we'll make sure that everyone knows those are fun to come out to, and when the community comes out, I know it's always a packed house and fun time for sure. But anyway, that'll be coming up. But okay, so let's go where we're at today. We're halfway through our first 9 weeks. Is that what we said? Okay. So then our next a little bit of a break will be fall break.
Fall break starts on, we end school on the 7th of October, and we'll be off the next week, and then we return the following week.
Okay, then we go full throttle.
Full throttle till December 20th. We have a little break in there with Thanksgiving. We get 3 days.
Right. Yeah,
but
right.
It is kind of a full throttle.
Yeah.
Second quarter is harder than the first quarter. Just motivation. I mean, the weather's starting to turn bad.
Yeah.
It's easier, it's dark. We just got to stay positive and keep kids getting up in the morning and come to school.
Well, we don't have that sunshine coming in the window as much, and that makes a difference, when you...
It does.
It really
it's
does.
Huge.
Yeah. So that's something that you do have, and that's something too, like teachers, there's so many hats that teachers wear, and principals, or, anybody involved. I mean, like, being the motivator too, like, being that person that's saying, hey, good morning, let's start off our day,
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you this. I'm at a variety of spots usually. But I do want to do a shout out here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to congratulate my receptionist, secretary, Megan Gamble, as she had her first child this on Friday.
Congratulations.
So I just want to say congrats to her and Max, and wish them the best as they raise their little one.
Oh, what a blessing. Yeah. That's awesome. Congratulations. And yeah, we definitely need to do a big shout out for sure. Well, that's exciting, and I think for everybody too that knows her too, and the students would all, very exciting for sure. And I'm sure she's got a lot of great people saying, congratulations to her. Yeah, that's great. Well, and you've become part of a family there, and all of the people that's involved. From the lunch, and let's talk about like the lunches. I mean, they've got really good lunches there, and good variety.
Taco Tuesday and Pasta Thursday.
Two of my favorites.
And one line is linguine,
oh.
Alfredo, and the other is spaghetti. So, I mean, they have choices still. Well, one thing that I want to make sure that we mention that starting real soon, kids will have to buy their lunch again.
Okay.
And so they're going to need money in their lunch accounts.
All right.
And that, I think, is coming up here, not this week, but next week.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to start building that fund back up. We've fed the children as long as we can.
Right, right. Well, and that's something we need to, and what a blessing that we've had that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And look at what we've had instead of what we don't have now. I mean, what's going to change? And, you know, we have had big blessings on that. I know Karen's worked very hard to have all that, but, you know, we knew there was going to be a day when we'd have to go, you know.
And I just want to clarify, that's at the high school and middle school.
Right. Because
the elementary's still going to have the free service.
And that's a blessing for the elementary, yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So, and that's our largest school, the elementary. So that
Correct.
Works out really good. Yeah, yeah. All right. I know we're getting close on time, but also let's talk about we're getting our remodeling. Our safe rooms are rolling, and that's got to be exciting.
It is. We're going to have 2 large areas. We're going to be able to host our band and choirs in a music area, but we'll also be able to use those rooms for other activities because it's going to be large enough that we could have events in there, whether it be the Athletic Hall of Fame or the Lions Legacy. Those kind of things could be in that location, which is going to be on a flat surface, so you don't have to mess with the group presentation room. And I think it's going to provide us a great place to host those kind of events.
Yeah.
And it also will be able to showcase some of our choir and band students and also hopefully increase the numbers of participation, because I really feel like that's one of the growth areas that has to happen in both choir and band.
I agree.
And there's a lot of talented kids that aren't doing it, and we just need to, hopefully that new facility will enlighten them. But the biggest reason it's there is it's a safe room. It's safe for our community, so if there's a storm, that's going to be opened. Come in, be in a safe location. As one that's been through a tornado, I can tell you the biggest thing is the school building's probably one of the safest places to be. I walked out of a building without a scratch.
And you're referring to Henryville.
Correct.
Yeah, you were principal there. Yeah.
So I really think that, and Salem will be unique in the state of Indiana, as we will have all 3 buildings have a safe room, which means that we can house upwards of 2,000 people in each one. You know, you're not going to be laying down or anything like that, but you can come in.
Yeah, it is. It's just such a blessing for our community, and you know, it's exciting. You know, I know you're there every day, but for like when I drive by or whatever and seeing the progress that's being made, and I know they got into a little bit of, rock. It wouldn't be the southern Indiana area if we didn't have rock, you know what I mean? But they onward ho, and they're moving right along, and it's exciting to see the progress.
Well, it is, and the thing is, they're working on the roof, and they're working on different things.
Yeah.
They poured the cement floors. I got a walk through the other day. I was amazed how big it looks, empty. Of course, it doesn't have furniture or some of the walls done yet. But again, I'm just tickled to have the opportunity to have all our students, if there's a storm during the day, all of our students are going to go there.
Yeah.
So that we can get them in and out, safely.
Definitely. What a blessing. And like you said, it's for our community, too.
Yeah, it happens at night. I know that we're going to open it just like they have the elementary.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, which has been a huge blessing, for sure. So I love that. And so that's onward ho. So it's really, exciting school year, for sure.
It's started off. It's been busy.
Yeah.
Getting to know new people, working with everybody closely, enjoy, the time that we're having together, and learning new students' names, and making sure that we're making a difference each day. I kind of put it in a quote the other day, we want to make sure that we're remembered for the person that says, he didn't let me quit.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Yeah. I was an influence that just said, he will not let me quit.
Yeah. I heard someone say the other day, like, speaking of, teachers and parents, the ones that, like, we might ride you a little bit more, but we want, because we know you can do it. We know you got it, you know what I mean? And it's going to be that you're going to be forever in their, somewhere in the back of their mind, they're going to hear Troy Albert say, "You got this, you can do it." And have that person. And even our governor talked about how important that was. To have that person in your ear saying how that one person you can always rely on.
I think that's a blessing that all teachers have that opportunity to be an influence.
Yeah.
All high school students have a chance to be an influence to their peers.
Yeah.
And parents have an influence on all of us.
I agree. Yeah. It's all of us working together.
Correct.
Sure. Yeah. I love that. Well, Troy, thank you so much. And I know you're missing a very important meeting, so thank you so much for coming in this morning. But like you said, your team leaders, you put a lot of value in them, and you know that we're going to handle it and do a great job. So I'm sure you'll get caught up whenever you get back.
Busy day.
Busy day. Busy's good though, right?
And
I know you like that. Yeah. I know our superintendent likes it too, doesn't he?
Yep. We just got to keep moving in the right direction.
I love that for sure. Well, thank you for coming in and hanging out at Salem School Corporation. And Troy, we appreciate you and all that you do as principal. And again, it's nice for you to come in and kind of give us what all's going on. And of course, we're off to a new school year, exciting school year, and can't wait to see what just keeps going, right?
Yeah, and we just need to keep being positive. I mean, you focus too much on that negative, it becomes a downer every day.
I agree. Onward ho. Well, very positive. I'd like to thank our sponsors this morning: Meadowview Healthcare Center, Walmart, Salem Crossing, Hoosier Uplands, Celebrity Home Loans, Dr. Mindy Gunn, Dr. Black's Eye Associates, and Fox Philly Wealth Management. And so Spirit Week going on at the high school. So when you get back, you'll see, I'm sure, some posters, decorations, and you can always tell my posters, my penmanship is the worst. I had to always use stencils.
They got some good ones up.
They do. They do. All right, thank you, Troy, for coming in this morning, and have a terrific Wednesday. Sorry.
Wednesday.
Wonderful Wednesday.
All right. Thank you.
Caroline Gilly, welcome. Remember when you had your birthday party at McDonald's, playing with your family and friends, enjoying cake and that one-of-a-kind McDonald's food and drink? If you're looking for a fun and safe place to have a party for your children or grandchildren, look no further. Party time is back at McDonald's right here in Salem, Mitchell, and West Baden. That's right, hosted birthday parties are back, baby. Call event coordinator Renee Lewis at 812-788-0126 to schedule your birthday for Salem, Mitchell, or West Baden today. The party includes food and drink for up to 10 guests, with your choice of white or chocolate cake, ice cream for each child, a gift for the birthday boy or girl, goodie bags for each child, and a festive decorated party area. Parties at Salem allow children to play, while the McDonald's in Mitchell and West Baden will feature age-appropriate games. Let McDonald's make your child's next birthday party stress-free for you and fun for them. Call Renee at 812-788-0126 today and get your next party on the schedule at McDonald's.
Lover's Advice is back.
There's no better place to bring the family to celebrate the weekend, a birthday, or just have a great meal of some of the best Mexican food around. And if you're really celebrating, try their new Margarita Towers. Who doesn't love tacos? El Camino's is the best place to eat tacos. And if you're trying to do a little better this year, they have some low-carb options like the keto tacos with chicken or steak in a delicious cheese shell topped with fresh avocado, or the equally delicious burrito bowl. Carlos and his family know your family deserves some time out. So head over to 403 South Main Street in Salem. Call ahead at 812-586-0199 for carry-out. Or dine inside or outside on the patio. There's a full bar and daily food and drink specials. Try El Camino's today for good food that's hot and fresh every time. And the best place in Kentuckiana to eat tacos.
It's still a problem. I'm Kurt Darling. You're listening to Network Indiana. You remember the opioid crisis, though it's taken a back seat to COVID the last few years. Experts say drug addictions are still a big problem throughout Indiana.
We have a large recovery population, but we still have plenty of people suffering in silence.
Darius Bannon with the Recovery Center of Indianapolis. He tells Indy Politics the opioid crisis, though, has helped more people understand his view that addiction is a disease and should be treated as such. September is National Recovery Month. A white nationalist group marched in downtown Indianapolis over the weekend.
Too scared to even show their face. I think it's a level of cowardness that shouldn't be there.
Brendan Bowe on Wish TV, he took a viral video of the march. It was the group Patriot Front, an alt-right group who broke off from Vanguard America in 2017. Staff at Candle's Holocaust Museum and Education Center in Terre Haute say they strongly condemn this demonstration of neo-Nazi ideology. A woman shot outside of a Walmart in Lafayette, and police think that she was targeted in the shooting. The person who shot her is still on the loose, but investigators need help finding a Hispanic man wearing a white hat and khaki shorts. A long chase Sunday morning, but South Bend police say they caught a thief. Parker Carlson reports.
While police were helping out the victim who reported a stolen car, other officers spotted it on the road. Eric Brandt drove that car. Police chased Brandt into St. Joseph River. As police called a rescue team, they watched as he got on the roof of the car, then jumped back in, swimming to the opposite bank. It was then after a search that Brandt was finally arrested at St. Mary's College. Parker Carlson, Network Indiana.
All activities suspended for a fraternity at Indiana University. The IU chapter of Sigma Phi Epsilon in Bloomington has been placed on cease and desist. Alcohol violations among the reasons why. Ron Capps won the funny car division of the U.S. Nationals at IRP Monday. Antron Brown of Pittsburgh was the winner in Top Fuel. You're listening to Network Indiana.
I was struggling to maintain contact with the professional world.
Dr. Ferner of Indianapolis talks about why he got the new Captel caption phone from Relay Indiana.
When I got the Captel phone, it turned it around.
Go to RelayIndiana.com. That's RelayIndiana.com. And read up on the Captel caption phone.
People that I talk with do not necessarily know that I have this Captel service. It's a piece of cake.
Go to RelayIndiana.com to learn more.
BSN Sports is celebrating its 50th anniversary. Nothing more important to BSN than focusing on serving schools' needs. That's why BSN Sports and its partners, Nike and Under Armour, gave away more than $1 million last year to Indiana partner schools. Their local sales pros remove the hassles related to purchasing uniforms, equipment, spirit wear, and anything else your program needs. BSN can also help your business upgrade their look. Follow BSN on Twitter at BSN Sports_Indy. BSN Sports at the heart of the game.
Louder Than Life is back September 22nd through the 25th. 4 stages, over 90 bands. With the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Give it away, give it away, give it away. 9 Inch Nails. Slipknot. Yes. With Alice in Chains, Bring Me the Horizon, Shinedown, Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, Incubus, Evanescence, Tenacious D, and many more. Go to louderthanlifefestival.com for all. Proving daily that common sense is a superpower. American heroes, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon on the YouTube channel, 1 o'clock Eastern, archived soon after. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Man Abbott, all here and ready for another hour. Welcome back for a brand new hour. It is Bill Bubba Bussy. Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. What a day! Bubba, a Euro-America that lacks the superpower of common sense. These are the days of America, walking together through the promised land. Remember, Bubba, you are keeping us updated on Governor Gavin Newsom. Yep. He now urges Californians to limit power consumption as 525,000 customers are told to prepare for potential rotating outages. And if you are an electric vehicle owner, remember now, they told you that you should burn in the fires of hell if you don't move to an electric vehicle, because you hate the earth and you hate people, especially black people and women. Okay, and you don't care about anything. You're probably voted for Trump. You're evil because you won't go to an electric vehicle. Well, if you have an electric vehicle now in California, they're telling you, whoa, you cannot plug it in till after 9 p.m. So if you planned on plugging it in before then, they ask that you do not, because as I remember, a group of guys that hang out, Monday through Friday together, warn that this is probably going to affect the grid when you start telling everybody to get to electric vehicles and they need to plug in when they go to bed. So here's California in a mess, and then here's where everything gets really confusing. Keep in mind, of all the hassles I just listed, and I don't even have them all listed. I'm just hitting you with the latest, okay? They are bracing for historic all-time high for the grid, which is going to force California to cut power supplies because they are not producing enough power for the demand of their people. And here, now look at this. Now here comes Biden Energy Secretary. If you want to enjoy this game we're playing right now, he's going to tell us, she's going to tell us, oh, so you probably don't drive an electric car. All right, so anyway,
She probably don't charge you for one.
she's going to tell us that the rest of the country we need to look to California as the lead.
See,
They're leading the way.
you see how this is all, we're already building the Gavin Newsom presidential term.
Which might work unless unfortunately, unless you look at the state of his state. Now, if you do that, you're probably not going to like Gavin very much. I don't care who you are. So here she is saying we need the rest of the country to follow California's lead.
Yeah, and Speedy sent me this clip, and it's going to go straight into the local news coverage, talking about what's actually going on in California regarding their grid. So you're going to hear from her, and then it's going to go straight to actual local CBS LA coverage. Okay.
California is in the lead, can show the rest of the nation how it is done.
Warning just coming in from CalISO, who runs the power grid in the state. They say they expect demand for electricity to outpace supply tomorrow. And they say that means rolling blackouts are likely. They've issued a flex alert from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. tomorrow night.
And during the flex alert, again, you are asked to set your thermostat to 78 degrees or higher, avoid using major appliances, and turn off all unnecessary lights.
What was the temperature? 78. At least 78. And so
Where's Arnold? That makes it scream Jimmy Carter.
Get down. So that means
Your thermostat cannot get down.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. So
One of my favorites. Wreck me every time I hear it.
guys, please don't miss this. We got an energy secretary that is telling us if we'll just keep if we keep these kinds of people in power, they will make sure the rest of the country has rolling blackouts and we have more demand for power than any of us will have access to. That's what they want us to go to. Because she said California's in the lead. Well, hey, there's our lead right there.
Lead in blackouts, rolling blackouts. They have their energy plan in California as a non-profit.
I bet
I'd rather have a for-profit fund that's meeting the customers' interest, need, and necessity.
You ever spend a lot of time with a nonprofit?
Well, I've never been around a non-profit power company. That's kind of unusual.
Well, just
That's so California.
Look, the good news about this name is non-profit says it doesn't hide anything from it.
Right.
So the problem is if something doesn't make a profit, then they have to survive by doing what? Raising donations, taxes. Because if I'm non-profit, then I'm saying that I spend every dime we get, and we don't make enough money to make a profit unless you give us your money for nothing, just to help us be profitable. You can invest in, but we will not. You don't get anything in return. You're going to pay for your power, and then either through taxes or donations help us to keep providing the power. By the way, it's not free.
Yeah,
you're paying for it too.
Where we live, we have various state powers that are owned by the Southern Company, which is Greg, what do they got? 7, 8 states? What is their footprint? I'm not sure. But it's in different latitudes. Thank you, Greg. Great input.
Your enthusiasm. When I was there, it was about 3. I don't know what they call it.
The fact that they have diversity in their latitudes means that power plants in one area may not be strained as much as those in the other, and they share back and forth, and it works out pretty good. And they're regulated by
public service commission. So, but I want them to make a profit, because you know what? If you think they are profitable, you can go and buy stock in the company and get you a cut coming back, which is the American way.
Bubba, it is 6 days. Continuing.
Greg thinks it's been away till
Illinois.
Illinois one of them. Didn't see that.
See, that wasn't, none of that wasn't.
Well, see, when they might have real cold, see, our plants are probably a more moderate weather, so we can, and then in the summer when it's hot, share the other way.
Yeah. Y'all want to hear?
Really a great day.
Y'all want to hear from Gavin Kendall Newsom? Just him talking about the state of the grid in California. He looks good in half. All right, here we go. Here he is.
Californians, we've stepped up to help in a big way to keep the lights on so far, but we're heading to the worst part of this heat wave, and the risk for outages is real and it's immediate.
All right. Hey, Bubba, but I'm living in 2022
in America,
and I've been told that they're just on the phone. Big thank you for your help. After this, we're going to try to get the human dung up off the street. Right. Yeah. We're going to move to that next problem. Tents and the piles of crap.
Yeah. What kind of footprint is that?
I told you I saw the headline the other day in San Francisco. They're urging parents to rent their room in their house to teachers, because teachers can't afford to buy or pay rent on what it costs in San Francisco. Because the last I heard, California always talked down their nose on what everybody else pays teachers. Yeah. And their teachers need to rent a room from me because they can't afford it. Because it's expensive to live there. Yeah. Well,
let me ask you this.
And you're going to spend a lot of money, then you got to walk your way through a bunch of tents to get to your front porch.
Why is housing so expensive in California and you get so little for your money? Why is it?
Because Democrats money.
Well, I imagine a lot of their zoning laws too, they won't let people build and spread out, so it keeps the price artificially high.
You said it best, Rick. Weather currently evidently outfinds us crazy.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
And what is that line that we eventually going to cross at some point? I think we would have done it by now, but we haven't. And I tell the rest of the country, because they're almost making you believe this thing of we need to be more like California. Where you live, you won't get their weather. No. That doesn't come with it. You just get their headache. You just get their dump. That's all you get. Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. SimpliSafe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the spot. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Hey, business owners, have we got some good news for you. It's the A2B fuel card, and it's accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A2B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more. A2B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A2B is more than just saving you money. They can help you track all your transportation costs and offer 24/7 support. Apply today at A2B.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to letter B.com/Bubba to apply to get a $50 credit.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministries.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me. Did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEST for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEST for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with this natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsor. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Pass the gravy, please. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We be big, continuing a little Your America today, as troubling as these may be. Good to know, though. Good to stand for him. Does anybody here know who John Fetterman is? John Fetterman is a Democrat that's going to be running against Dr. Oz. Yes, you're living in a time where Donald Trump has been president. Arnold has been governor. Dr. Oz, I guess I need him right now, just joking on his head. Dr. Oz, Dr. Oz is running to represent the state of Pennsylvania, and John Fetterman is, the Democrats have got Fetterman wanting to, now don't forget, the Democrats, especially celebs, at one time they loved Dr. Oz, but he's committed the ultimate fact.
Yeah. He went the other way.
He has not gotten in line with them politically, so now Dr. Oz is evil, and we all must stop him. But the problem is, and mean no disrespect to John Fetterman about his health, but John Fetterman is in poor health. He's had a stroke, but the Democrats won't let him go away. He probably just needs to go away and get well, because they fear they'll lose the seat to the now evil, once loved Dr. Oz.
And he's a Bernie Sanders clone.
Oh,
he won't debate Dr. Oz. He won't do anything, but he was out.
He looks like a
speaking. Yeah.
He does
When
look
President Biden was there.
Have you heard this right here? This clip?
Try to make sense of it.
All right. So this is the Democrats trying to keep this guy afloat like they're doing our president.
Yeah, he's running to be a senator.
Yep.
Representing the great state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, here, listen to this.
Please understand the stakes in this race. Send me to Washington, D.C. to send so I can work with Senator Casey. and I can champion the Union way of life in in D.C. Thank you very much, and it's an honor. I live 8 minutes away from here, and when I leave tonight, I got 3 miles away, Dr. Oz in his mansion in New Jersey. You've got a friend and you have an ally. Send me to Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stu Wicker.
Riveting. God love him.
This is a running theme. This is a running theme in Grant Party right now.
I will say he's not the best president.
Oh, no.
But I mean, but you can see him trying to gather his thoughts, but they're trying to keep him rolling because now is anybody concerned that a pro wrestler would represent you if Dr. Oz isn't? I mean, that's a little different book. Coming down on you, Dr. Oz. I did notice the hoodie.
Yeah, he wears hoodies everywhere.
Did it say Lieutenant Governor?
I guess he's Lieutenant Governor.
I didn't know that.
He hasn't had a real job like his whole life. He's kind of been supported by his family. He was the mayor of a really small town, like 1,500 people.
He lives in his sister's apartment.
The story of this guy is pretty.
It's almost like he's just a click from being homeless and he's Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah. And he was much sharper before the stroke.
Well, most people are.
Yeah,
most people are. All right, so now let's get into our fun with Peter Ducey. Well, Jean Pierre just really dreads Peter Ducey. But Peter Ducey is going to bring up something that has been brought up on this show and many others. Remember that the Democrats were saying that Donald Trump stole the election. Y'all do remember that one? And we produced so many clips.
Right.
Well,
and then 4 years later, claimed it was impossible.
Right. One of the lead people that could not be on social media enough about him stealing the election is our current press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. Well, Deuce is going to bring up the fact that, you know, when you start talking about how dare anyone say the election was stolen, I have to remind you that you did that. You said that Trump stole the election. And of course, Karine Jean-Pierre does not want to hear any of that. So here is clip 1 when she says that she knew she was going to be asked about this, and then she goes into because what Ducey is saying is you are saying that denying election results is extreme, but you did it. Was it extreme when you did it? So here we go.
The new attention on the MAGA Republicans. You tweeted.
Oh, I knew you were
Trump stole election.
I was waiting, Peter, when you were going to ask me that question.
Well, here we go. You tweeted Trump stole an election. You tweeted Brian Kemp stole an election. Is denying election results is extreme now?
Yeah.
So
let's be really clear. That comparison that you made is just ridiculous. I have been. No, you're asking me a question. Let me answer it.
And you said it was ridiculous.
I was talking specifically at that time of what was happening with voting rights and what was in danger of voting rights. That's what I was speaking to at.
So
what?
That makes sense.
Well, you can't defend it when you were screaming, "Hey, your guy didn't win." You're screaming election stolen. Then you turn around, your guy wins. The other guy's guy didn't win, and they're saying it's stolen. And now you're saying they're crazy for saying it.
Yeah.
Just like you were 4 years ago.
And he brought up also, remember,
the losers always are going to scream it was stolen.
She also got on this deal that went on in Georgia saying that Kemp stole the gubernatorial race as well. Yep. All right, so here we go. Now Ducey doubles down. He's going to ask her straight up. So was the 2016 election stolen or not? Here we go.
If we're all in agreement that it is incorrect to say the 2020 election was stolen, what about the 2016 election?
Look, I'm not going to go back to where we were or what happened in 2016. We're going to focus on the here and now. We're going to focus on what's happening today.
Yeah, because you don't want to talk about what you said then because you're a hypocrite.
Right.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to talk about it either.
If she wanted to get consistent, she could have.
Don't say that.
Yeah, she could have just simply said, you know what, 2016 wasn't stolen, neither was it. I'll be consistent. I'll concede that I was wrong in 2016. And we need to stop saying that. And we need to stop saying that.
Yeah, but they know that'll be a soundbite.
Yeah, well, of course, because really all we did here is just say, I don't like that question. Well, I bet. Yeah, I wouldn't like it either.
Any question that points out hypocrisy, nobody likes. I don't, you don't, nobody listens to it.
I'm not comfortable making fun of 4C because that sounds like something we would do.
You're right. You don't know the name of the pipe.
Yeah, but we would mess this up.
Nordstrom versus Nord Stream pipeline is a little.
Come on, is that a little nitpicky?
Nordstrom.
It is, but it's fun.
Nordstrom is where you shop, right?
Right, exactly.
All right, let's get.
Well, let's see.
I didn't know that.
Okay, well, let's play.
So, you've heard us say this, that what we see Russia's doing, and we've been very clear about this, is that they're using energy, they're weaponizing energy, and it's choosing to one of the things that has been out there to shut down the pipeline of Nord Stream 1.
I don't. Come on, now.
Now, her saying weaponizing,
yeah,
a little much.
Yeah, that's the funniest part of that. Not what you're trying to say. But I mean, you got to be careful with your number.
That's it. I'm going to Nordstrom. I am protesting them today here in town at their store.
Right, because they weaponized the energy apparently.
Yeah, stop it immediately.
Well, they're talking about Russia cutting off the flow of gas to Europe when the winter's coming. They're going to have a hard time replacing it.
Of course, that's why you need to be energy independent, like we were at one time. And we just funded that.
I think somebody warned the entire EU about their dependence on Russia. That'd be energy.
Former President Trump.
Oh, that's right.
Phone calls. Blazing Silverman's ready to take them. We'll talk to you right after this. Rick and Bubba. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the safety of you and your loved ones? Of course not. So isn't it strange that not all home security companies truly put you first? Old school home security companies set you up with outdated technology. They overcharge you for service, and they lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security Center. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. SimpliSafe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and any other threats to your home. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. Customize the perfect system now for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all they wear, and they will not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life, and you get all this for about half the price of other premium audio brands. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Want to see it for yourself? Find out what the hype's all about right now. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 08 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com. Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. The views and opinions expressed by the show are not necessarily those of the staff and management of this radio station, but they should.
Yeah, they should. Of course they should. All right, so we'll get to your phone calls now. Blazing Silverman standing by and ready. Focus. Banging out a degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. That degree now in common sense, a superpower. We got plenty of lines available because we do offer a lot of lines here at the old No Name Studio. You can get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you shortly. I do want to tell you about fieldofgreens.com. I already had my first shake today. Bubba, you know a new thing I'm trying? What's that? I do a couple of protein shakes every day. I'm mixing now the Field of Greens with the protein. All right.
You get some cooking there now.
A little something going. Huh? That's good. So Field of Greens is really an incredible product. We're getting the doctor recommended 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits in the Field of Greens 1 scooper. Now it is great mixing it with things. It's also good with water. And some of the attempts at some of these superfoods early on, that didn't taste really good. But this tastes really good. It is loaded with science-backed herbs, vegetables, fruits, and prebiotics. It is organic. It is gluten-free. It is vegan, if you care about that. And it is certified non-GMO. And it is very simple nutrition. And I can tell a huge difference since I've started taking it on a regular basis. And you can get yours, too, by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA. We'll get you 15% off the first order, then 10% off any future order. Fieldofgreens.com and use the code BUBBA, 15%. Also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. I'm telling you, you're going to love this product. It tastes good. It's easy to use, and the results will be obvious to you. To the phones we go. Let's start with Help Me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Rhonda is out of Mississippi. Rhonda, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
Well, you know, I want to comment on the student loan. You know, I went to school, I paid my student loan, blah, blah, blah. there's a lot of more issues that we need to talk about. Is the elderly living off $25 a month food stamps. They have there's medical bills for people that have to pay high insurance bills. I mean, I understand what Biden do is just trying to get close to the younger people. And I'm not saying it shouldn't maybe help them. But come on, there's a lot more issues at hand.
Yeah, well, I think, too, you set such a bad example when somebody makes a promissory note to pay something back. And then you let them off without doing it. So you think this is expensive now, they'll be back. They'll be wanting their car paid off. They'll be wanting their house paid off. Don't think this is a one-and-done deal, and don't think that the demos don't know it's not a one-and-done deal because they think, well, how many more votes could we buy?
Yep.
At what cost?
Let's go to JJ. Well, you know, she makes a good point. If we're going to get in the handing out money business, there's a lot of other places that would warrant it than this.
Yeah, could give some of it back to the ones donating.
Even though when you look at the role of government, honestly, all these things that you have in your personal life and even your own family, it's really your responsibility and my responsibility.
Yeah, I don't believe it belongs in the government's column.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
And at best, it belongs in our churches and houses of faith.
Amen. JJ, Talladega, come on.
Hey guys, good morning. How y'all doing?
Fired up, love it.
Well, I just, when y'all were talking about the power and the energy out there in the West, didn't know if y'all saw yesterday in Colorado, they seized control of the thermostats that were online, those new ones that are online.
Well, here's the full story.
And set them where they wanted to.
Yeah, the full story, and I looked into that because I thought that was a very bizarre story. That's kind of true, but what it is, people, you can sign up for these thermostats that they know is going to be controlled by the government, and you get some kind of discount. Yeah. And they're told that they're going to adjust it based on demand and all that, and some people went, hey, I'm saving $25 a month, I'll take it.
Don't ever
So
do
they
that.
signed up for it, and hey, wow, they really did. They controlled it. They wouldn't let you go up when it got the heat wave in. So again, this is kind of back to that promissory note. These people knew what they were doing. And they didn't break in and hack people that had, these other thermostats. All of these were given to them because they signed up for it.
Yep.
And there's some misinformation I think we need to see.
Hey, and be careful what you sign up for.
That's right. Read the fine print.
Yeah,
hey, when it gets hot.
In there it probably says that they right.
Well, that's the whole reason they had the program is so they could control the biggest draw on the grid, and that is air conditioning when it's hot, or heating in the cold. But I
pressure off during the day.
Yeah, I don't want anybody controlling my HVAC.
Rolled that promotion out in spring, which is smart. That was smart. Caden in Mississippi. Go ahead, Caden.
What's up? How are y'all doing?
We're fired up, Caden. Hope you are.
I'm doing good. I just wanted to call and say that I just started watching the show or the podcast, whatever you're going to consider, and I'm really enjoying it. Y'all just keep up the good work.
All right, so you said you watched the show on the podcast. Do you mean on the YouTube channel?
I said I just started watching the show or the podcast.
Or the podcast. Okay, good. Good. Glad you're here, man. And I hope that you're enjoying it, and you'll be with us for a long time.
And tell a lot of people.
Yes, sir. Go out and tell them, say, look, every time I watch Rick and Bubba show, changing life. Listen, I mean, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but most marketing is. Nancy is in the Music City, Nashville. Nancy, go ahead. Nancy?
Yes, my husband and I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
We know you all are experts on the Andy Griffith Show.
Especially Greg, yes.
Okay, we watch it every afternoon, the rerun, and all of a sudden, Barney's gone and they have this new guy on. What happened to Barney, and why did Andy's disposition change? He seems angrier.
Oh, it's not as near as good. What's Barney lead? Yeah, is Warren? Is that who's in there? Warren. I can't remember why. I know why Barney left. Don Knotts started getting big-time movie offers. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how they wrote him. I don't know how they wrote him out of the show. That's a good point. Didn't he go? Oh, he went off to work for up in Mount Pilot, didn't he? With the feds.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and but in real life, the actor Don Knotts could no longer be committed to the series because he became a household name and was getting movie deals. But I think the way they wrote him out is he took a higher, law enforcement gig, I think with the feds, if not the state, in Mount Pilot.
He took a job as a detective in Raleigh.
Raleigh. Okay, Raleigh.
But once Warren showed up and he left, I quit watching.
Boo.
I put that right over there with Mayberry RFD. I didn't watch that.
No, I didn't.
By the way, your featured guy is old Sprague.
Yeah,
Howard Sprague.
So, I mean, by today's standards, people would call you a sellout. Barney wanted to make more money on the move.
So he got an bottom line.
Remember Warren?
I think Warren just passed away like in the last couple of years.
I'm on that.
I mean, I don't know him.
Burgess brothers reacted the exact same way. It was just in different forms.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
your face just said
Did
it's
you
exactly
expect
what
me to start squalling?
Yes. Some people.
Greg just throwing a little fact
Hey,
out
I
there.
didn't like him on the show. Well, I mean,
Yeah. Hey, what do you think? He'll get some parade like Elvis? The guy who played Warren on Andy Griffith was very good. When we were all disappointed.
Ricky's go-to.
Hey, he's the guy that comes in. He's doing the standard set that's harder for him.
There was. Yeah, it really is.
It's not the impossible position of
But y'all
replacing
love
Nick
Warren.
Saban is going to be
Right.
tough.
I agree
okay?
for his family, but I have no connection.
Right. Oh, you
I'll tell you what he did to me, Rick. He made me turn that channel.
He did
I'll
too.
tell you that.
Some more information. It says that Don Knotts left the comedy show after 5 years because in his earlier conversations with Andy Griffith, he said he wouldn't do the show more than 5 years. So when we were getting close to the 5th year, I thought, hey, I better be looking for some more jobs around here because Andy's probably going to quit anytime.
There you go. See? Yeah.
See, y'all mad at Warren.
No, I'm just saying I was more upset when Kenny Stabler died. That's all I'm saying.
Much, Rick.
Right.
Let me ask you, did anybody watch Mayberry RFD?
No.
Was it Ken Berry? Was that the actor?
I think he was.
How did I come up with that? How in the world did I come up with main character
Mayberry RFD.
If I got Ken Berry,
There it is.
oh my gosh, I got it right. How did I get that?
I don't know how you got that.
How did I get that?
RFD didn't have.
It's kind of like I always knew Hugh Beaumont played.
Let me ask y'all this. Is it worth?
He replaced Floyd, right?
He just became the main
Main
guy.
guy.
Ken Berry was Andy, and Mayberry RFD.
All right, so if we went back and watched Mayberry RFD today, would we be like, is this is not bad, we just set a standard?
question.
I mean,
That's a good
because I've never seen one episode of that.
If somebody just came up, you didn't know about the Andy Griffith Show at all.
Nothing.
You didn't know about Gummer
Yeah,
Falls, USMC. You didn't know any of that.
Right.
Somebody said you had no background. Somebody said, "What do you think about this show?" I wondered if it would be okay.
Now I'm gonna tell you this.
I'm gonna try to scream.
Hey, I did love Gummer Falls.
Okay.
That was a good spinoff.
Yeah, it was.
Were you sad when he passed away?
A lot worse than I was about Yeehaw.
He's got a name, Greg. He's got it. We don't know what it.
What's his name?
We don't know what it
Jack
is.
Burns.
Jack Burns.
I didn't know that Aunt B made it to maybe
I didn't
RFD.
I figured she. Oh, that looked good for something.
Yeah. By the way, I never liked that kid.
You know, he's a person. Do you remember when Don Knotts came back to sitcom TV?
Yeah, I do. Mr. Furley.
Three's Company?
Mr. Furley.
Three's Company. Isn't that funny?
Funny stuff.
He was hilarious on that.
He left the show in 1965, and I'm looking at movies that came out
Ghost
right
and
after
Mr.
that.
Chicken.
Oh yeah.
That was the first
Apple
one.
Dumpling Gang with Tim Conway.
That was 75. That was 10 years later.
I love Ghost and Mr. Chicken.
Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible. It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEST for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEST for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Okay, everyone gather around. I have some exciting. Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk. We're switching to green energy. She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint. All operations will net zero emissions. Indeed can help her hire great people fast. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Love and Light Wellness Spa, how can I help you today?
Hi there. I'd like to make an appointment for next week.
Excellent. Does Tuesday 9 a.m. work?
Ooh, mornings are when I go to Taco Bell to get my bacon breakfast quesadilla.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't like missing out on those fluffy eggs and crispy bacon covered in melty cheeses.
Oh, I understand. Let's see what I have in the afternoon.
Namaste.
Try the bacon breakfast quesadilla, only at Taco Bell. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations near you during breakfast hours only, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Contact local store for hours of participation which vary.
Bundling car and renter's insurance with Geico is so easy, your neighbors are probably already doing it. But who? Look for the signs. Chances are they live in a home and have a car. They use money and enjoy having more of it. They probably drink lots of lemonade. Lemonade. And they probably said something suspicious like, I'm bundling with Geico, or stop spying on me with those binoculars. If so, you may want to ask them how easy it was to bundle with Geico. Bundling is easy with Geico. Just ask your neighbors.
Today on Hey Culligan, better water that cares. Jane's on the line.
Hey, Culligan, how can I avoid using all those plastic water bottles that harm the sea turtles?
Jane, our always-on drinking water system helps eliminate the equivalent of 15 billion single-use plastic bottles a year. So, you see, Culligan cares about sea turtles, too.
Aw, plastic pollutes and Culligan cures.
That's catchy, Jane, and totally true.
I'll take it, like now.
Jane, we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 08 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold...
This is Boomer Science with CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Our 11th annual best moves of the NFL offseason begin with Vegas adding head coach Josh McDaniels and wide receiver Devontae Adams, while the Chargers acquired J.C. Jackson and Khalil Mack. Cincinnati introduced 4 new starting offensive linemen. Jacksonville hired head coach Doug Peterson, and Denver made a statement by trading for and then paying Russell Wilson. What a move. I'm Boomer Science.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find a fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
That's 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25.
Hey y'all, this is Blake Shelton, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Still chatting with you guys on a little bit, and lines are available.
just to finish up this Barney discussion, it looks like he signed a 5-year deal and planning on leaving after 5 years no matter what. And that was the last year he was on the show at 65. He'd already done one movie, Olympic, is that right?
That's the one where he turns into a fish.
Okay, that one came out in 64. But so then he did Mayberry again, then he left in 65. Then The Ghost of Mr. Chicken was 66.
Funny.
Reluctant Astronaut, 67.
Never heard of it.
Shakiest Gun in the West, 68.
Funny.
The Love God, 1969.
Never heard of it.
And then How to Frame a Fig, 71. So
Never heard of it.
Pretty much for 5 years after Mayberry, he did a movie a year.
Yeah.
So we got to see how that evolves. And by the way, I was just looking at The Ghost of Mr. Chicken. It was number 1 at the box office.
Funny. Have you ever seen the Limpet movie too, where he turns into a fish?
You know, I don't think I ever did. Was the Ghost of Mr. Chicken where he fell into that old house and had to work his way through that? Yeah, I remember seeing it.
But Shaky's Gun in the West is funny. That is used kind of to make them come back to the Apple Dumpling game later.
Yeah.
With him.
I remember it.
Yeah.
And we forgot we were in series. But anyway,
we did.
The Reluctant Astronaut. I don't remember it
How did
at
you
all.
miss that?
I don't remember
That's
it at
like
all.
when you was a kid, you would have been all about that.
Look at that face.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I don't remember The Love God at all.
I don't even. Not at all. Looks a little inappropriate.
Looks like it's full of comedy.
Yeah, all the other movies are rated G or not rated, but that was PG-13, so that might have been stimulus back
Oh, yeah.
then. Not on the edge.
Yeah.
Mr. Limpet, that is triggering some weird childhood memories.
Do you remember that?
I
do
do,
too.
yeah.
What a weird movie
It
that was.
scared me at some point.
I'm with you on that.
Danger.
I didn't like him turning into a fish and the desiring to stay a fish.
I remember that right there.
I do remember that. He fell in love with another fish.
That's right. There was a weird fish thing.
There really was.
Yeah,
do you remember the glasses?
Yeah.
Remember his fish had glasses on?
Yes, and he lost his glasses. He had his little lobster friend. I forgot about all this.
Yeah.
It's freaking me out.
You know, too, Don Knotts won 5 Emmys on Mayberry in the 5 years he was.
Well, I bet he did.
Wow.
I bet Warren did.
Huh?
Well, that's just a fact. By the way, update on Paper Dog. But anyway, we'll get there.
Huh?
Well,
He's got a new theory.
Really?
He shut down all the urinals.
They just now fixed them. They're back running. Okay. Took days.
Yeah, it did.
And they were real mad about it on the work.
We're mad too.
Yeah.
What's your...
This is Boomer Science with CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Our 11th annual best moves of the NFL offseason begin with Vegas adding head coach Josh McDaniels and wide receiver Devontae Adams, while the Chargers acquired J.C. Jackson and Khalil Mack. Cincinnati introduced 4 new starting offensive linemen. Jacksonville hired head coach Doug Peterson, and Denver made a statement by trading 4 and then paying Russell Wilson. What a move. I'm Boomer Science.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
About what we're dealing with even today. Him talking about trying to get, he was basically convincing Opie, this man that came through town, who was Buddy Epson, who was one of the Clampers, and he's telling basically Opie that your parents are just trying to really defund all the rules and all the speed. Yep. Remember that speech?
I do.
And it's an outstanding speech. Matter of fact, if you can find it out, or we may play it, but make it as archive. But anyway, this is where I'm about to be in a lot of trouble. This is going to be bad. Okay. I preferred the other landlord over Don Knotts in Police Company.
Oh,
The guy who looked
him and the wife?
the guy
Yeah,
who
his wife?
the
Yeah.
guy who looked like Jack Klugman a little bit.
Yeah, he was funny.
And everybody used to mistake him for Jack Klugman.
Yeah,
I saw him on the
he was funny, by
Yeah.
the way.
I saw him on the Tonight Show saying that like he'd be outside, somebody would scream, "Hey, Quincy!" You know what I mean? and he would say, "I'm not Quincy."
You know, that was a funny couple though, Rick.
I thought he was funnier than Don Knotts. There it is.
Can I don't know him, so I can't. You know how one line in a movie will catch you funny sometimes, maybe more than it should be.
Oh yes.
And there was a line. It ties it since you brought up so yes. And it was in one of my favorite Christmas movies. My family disagrees. Jingle All the Way, which I always love.
Nothing wrong with that movie.
Huh?
Nothing wrong with that movie.
Yeah. Sinbad is in. He's got a package, and they think it's a bomb. And the police are running in. Robert Conrad comes in. He's white-haired. You know, he's not another step, Barnaby Jones.
Right.
And I always thought that was a funny line.
Not another step, Barnaby Jones.
Well, something to that effect. He called him Barnaby Jones.
Forgot about Barnaby Jones.
And Buddy Ebsen has made me think of that because I think about that when that line comes up in that movie. It owns me.
Does it get you that Andy Griffith and Buddy Ebsen, Clampett, Andy Griffith, were on sitcom together at times. He came through.
Yep.
That they would go on in the latter part of their career, and one be Barnaby Jones, the other be Matlock.
I know.
Isn't that kind of weird?
Which
is basically the same thing.
It is weird.
Yeah. It's.
Why did you like Andy though?
No, I love Andy. Got no problem with Andy, especially early Andy. And I like Barney Fife, the character, and I like Don Knotts. I'm strictly saying that in Three's Company, when it comes to the role of the landlord, I actually prefer the other guy and his wife. Thought they were funny.
Can I tell you,
in that role,
the early years, especially, they all were good. The early years of the Beverly Hills.
Oh,
I think maybe some of the funniest things
I don't know who wrote that, but that is funny stuff. I mean, way ahead of its time.
Way ahead of it. And politically incorrect, which made it funny, which made it even more funny.
So good.
Oh, I did get that email from the people, by the way. They said, look out for this strange person in the building. Here's a picture of him. I found it. Y'all be on the lookout for that weird-looking guy.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 08 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we started using Upside to get cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Next, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Check in at the business. Pay as usual and get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you earn 3 times more cash back with Upside. Upside users are earning more than $1 million every week. That's probably why they have a 4.8-star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. Hey, business owners, have I got some good news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A to B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A to B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation-related costs to help quickly prep your taxes, and are always there to help with 24/7 support that answers in seconds. You work hard for your business. Get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you. Get A to B. There's no credit check required. Apply today at a2b.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/Bubba to apply and get a $50 credit, or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Hey folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher, plus no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap, or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capsule. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel set, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to MyPillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, MyPillow.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they develop formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
I don't know who you listen to at work or school or home. I don't know if you ride with friends or spend your life on the phone. I don't know if you're into music or jocks that scream and shout. Well, I found the perfect family I want to tell you about. Just tune in with me to Rick and Bubba Show, and you all will see why they make big dough. It's a big, big show with lots and lots of fun, with big, big guests, something for everyone. Two big, big hosts are always on the ball. It's a big, big show. It's the Rick and Bubba Show.
It is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio. Blazing Silverman taking your phone calls, a student at Rick and Bubba University, knocking out a degree in common sense, that now a superpower. So he's working in phones. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little event we call Rick and Bubba.
Take a couple of notes here. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel, archived soon after to the podcast and YouTube channel. Tonight, Wingo is speaking in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI at Landmark for a man church. Be there as they go through the strategy. Tomorrow night, News Talk 103.9. I will be there in Dothan, Alabama at Ridgecrest, kicking off the discipleship strategy. And a couple of notes to take. September 24th, Sherry and I will be joining a panel with Pastor Mac Brunson. That's our pastor now, and Scott Dawson, who you heard on the program, for a conference concerning grief. It's called Sustaining Hope, Grief Recognized. Everybody I just mentioned will all have a time on the main stage, and we'll break up into small groups too. Sherry and I will be one of those sessions, and that is a ticketed event with limited seating. It'll be in Birmingham, Alabama, September 24, at my local church, Valleydale Church. If you would like to be there, go ahead and get your tickets now at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. We have the link there for you to get those tickets, and Sherry and I, along with the others, will see you on the 24th. And the real Greg Burgess, October 1, it's time for the 10th annual craft run benefiting Venetia's Foundation. If you want to know how to be part of that, how to support that, on October 1, all those details at rickandbubba.com too, so just click those.
I'm getting ready.
You're getting ready. How'd you train?
Going good.
Bubba,
well, as good as mine.
Right. Well, Greg, a lot of people have been saying they've noticed that you walk in these days with a little bit of a West Coast strut.
Okay.
You down at 200 bills?
10th annual?
Yeah, there was a time. Is this the thinnest you've been since when?
Golly. Probably since remember when we were doing torque?
Yeah.
But I actually never got down. I only got to like 210 then. So probably I don't know, probably when I was in high school.
Got to tell you, the show's leaning out. You're at the lowest weight you've been. Helmsy, you're down to.
I've dropped 42 pounds, Greg.
42
January.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Speedy's holding. Hey. Speedy's holding as a lean. Bubba's down about.
If he loses,
I'm down 20 in 3 weeks.
Yep, and that's
we're called the golf ladder.
Yeah, of course.
That's tough weight.
Yeah, your new review plan we're not putting out to the public.
No, I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah,
maybe not.
And I'm down 12 here recently.
Boy, our listeners for the past will be very disappointed. We need to quit talking about it.
I know. Adder, you down there?
I'm more jacked than I've ever been.
Right,
so
yeah.
That's
Body fat. Well, you know why? Because you got your own home gym.
That's right.
If I could make an announcement to the Gold Ticket that's going to start Friday. One thing that's helped us not only is our discipline, but we have breakfast, with Edgar's and all that, and then we don't really have a bunch of lunch in the rest of the morning because there's nothing here. Unless you want to run upstairs, whatever.
If you go to the second floor and hide something in your office,
yeah, that
works good. Just saying. I mean, not that that's happened.
Right.
They had this giant chocolate bar up there, but other than that, they don't have it anymore.
Right.
That helped me.
On Fridays, y'all be kind to us because we love homemade casseroles, we love all that stuff, but it's not good for us. So please don't bring a bunch of, don't say that. You don't speak for Bubba. He's changed.
Look,
it's
Speedy. If you don't feed Speedy, Speedy don't eat, don't let him
right.
eat.
But
I didn't say don't feed me. I'm just saying it being there in there on the table is tempting. Because we love it.
Wants to bring something, I'm fine with it.
Greg, guess who's back in Bible study today?
Peanut Man.
I'm glad he's here for the Bible study itself, but if he wants to bring the peanuts, that's good.
I wish that was true.
I'm glad he's feeling better.
I'd also, Dandy Dunn, speaking of the Wednesday Bible study, this is going to slay y'all. Total slay. Everybody here, y'all going to laugh so hard. I guess he finally got to the point where he had enough because it's been 8 years. Hold that number again, 8 years that we've been doing the Bible study. And some of the men have been in it the entire 8 years, okay? And I appreciate their commitment. This commitment, apparently I did the contact wrong when it first started. Today, for 8 years, I have been calling one of our guys Henry, and today's the day he decided to say, and I just have to say this, my name is Henry.
And I've
You better than that.
And I've called him Henry Free.
You're turning into our dad.
He's even in my contacts as him.
You remember Dad would trash your name in a minute and nobody telling you.
Are you sure this is the first time he's told you? Because if it is, that's on him.
Well, a little bit of a low talker, so it's possible that it might have been said to me across the room and I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
But
you said his name's Harry? Would you rather be called Harry or Henry?
Honestly, I'd go with Henry.
Right.
But I mean, but his name is Harry.
Right.
Y'all like his name. But here's the thing that's really unfortunate is that we converse a lot.
Okay.
And I think I even did a prayer for him in here with the guys and called him.
You know what, Rick? That prayer didn't count.
So some guy named Henry is really being blessed. I don't know, but because I've been praying for him.
I win, and
Doesn't God
I've answered by the wrong.
sort all that out?
Yeah, he does. I've answered by the wrong name sometimes for years, and it's somebody I didn't deal with maybe once or twice a week. Because for some reason, it must be how I talk. They would ask me my name. I say Greg. They go, okay, Gary. Oh, you're right. It happened a lot, and I just answered to Gary.
Rick,
I get called Steve a lot.
That's one of those reasons the Holy Spirit intervenes and reprays for us anyway.
That's
because
right.
We can't get it right.
It basically says in Romans 8, praying what you ought to be praying. So thank you, Holy Spirit. And I'm sorry about that. You'll always be Henry to me, but I know that's not true.
Are you going to change his contacts? Stay with you.
Now that I figured out the edit button, I think don't miss it. I would recognize it in front of everybody else. And God love him. He's so kind. Maybe he tried, and I just didn't come. You know, and when I tell you who it is,
So I think that.
Yeah. 2 words. I mean, you're chuckling now, but you're gonna laugh hard to break.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. But let me go ahead.
Oh, I think I know that.
So stop. It's pretty great. So Bubba, I know, and we may have to come back with one. Did you say you had some movie you're going to ask us about?
Yeah, I keep seeing these little blurbs and stories about it. Brandon Fraser, The Whale. The Whale?
Say that again.
Oh, they're called The Whale.
The Whale.
Like the
he
animal.
got real fat for the role. The animal, or he's the whale?
I guess him, because he had to gain a lot of weight, and they're talking Oscar nomination. I mean, they're making a huge deal out of it.
You know the actor. You know who I'm talking
Sure.
about.
Yeah.
But
look how big.
That's not a fat suit.
No, I don't think so. I think he actually got fat. Am I wrong?
I think he got fat, but I think then they put a
They
fat
added-
suit
made it
on.
fatter,
Yeah, I think he
'cause,
made it fatter.
Because there were pictures of him kind of overweight.
Yeah. But what is the whole? I don't get. What is the
Are they
movie
calling
about?
him the whale because he's so fat?
Yes.
Well,
It's
my
about
goodness,
it's
not
about
very nice.
It's about the struggles of an obese man, from what I understand.
Oh yeah, everybody's
We gotta
ranting and
watch
raving about
Hey,
it.
we got to
Wait a minute, everybody's telling you to watch it?
No, I just keep seeing stories about it online.
Right.
Like Greg said, he's supposed to win all these nominations for it and all that.
Well, I saw the
What's
headline
the deal?
about this, but I thought it was a fat suit, like Tom Hanks wore it during that.
I thought he got-
I thought it was a
But I
spin-off
know-
of Monk, and
I
he was
saw
Dale
it.
the Whale. I didn't know.
I saw a picture of him, and he's pretty large.
Yeah, he put a lot of weight on. You can't get that face. You can't make that face.
The movie's about a reclusive English teacher living with severe obesity. He plans to attempt to reconnect with his estranged teenage daughter for one last chance at redemption.
Here's what's going to happen. This movie is going to make you feel terrible when you watch it. It's going to be shot depressing.
Yes.
It's going to feel depressing, and you're going to feel absolutely horrible, and it will have awards heaped up. That's
Yeah,
what it's
this
going to be.
is- well,
He'll be up for an Oscar.
This is screaming a movie I'll never go see.
Because modern day, for some reason, critically acclaimed movies are all designed to make you feel terrible.
Yeah.
And that's not really why I want to go to a movie.
Rick, they say at the end he actually gets his gallbladder taken out. He drops quick. 30. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With HelloFresh, we've learned that a busy fall schedule does not mean you have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals. HelloFresh handles the meal prepping and planning, and their pre-portioned ingredients make cooking easy and stress-free. Even on hectic weeknights, you can choose from over 30 weekly recipes every week. Get 16 free meals across 7 boxes with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under sponsors for a link. As you gear up for the fall, you need the right people on your team to help your small business fire on all cylinders. LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier and to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. create a free job post in minutes on LinkedIn.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Did you know that every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible. It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently. Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEST for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEST for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign. And we handle the rest. Sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Bundling car and renter's insurance with Geico is so easy, your neighbors are probably already doing it. But who? Look for the signs. Chances are they live in a home and have a car. They use money and enjoy having more of it. They probably drink lots of lemonade. Lemonade. And they probably said something suspicious like, "I'm bundling with Geico," or "Stop spying on me with those binoculars." If so, you may want to ask them how easy it was to bundle with Geico. Bundling is easy with Geico. Just ask your neighbors.
Man, I slept.
New ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey, Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
Sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or RickandBubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $half that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $half has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $half. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Pass the gravy, please. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. All right, we've read more about the whale. Yeah, it's quite a tale. Well,
Bubba's gonna get a load of it.
Yeah, well, it goes back to this again. I don't know if y'all have watched any movie that is somewhat modern, and 9 out of 10 of them are terrible. I mean, they're so poorly written. I'm talking about even if they don't even have yuck in them. If you can get through the yuck factor and find one that's minimum yuck or no yuck, then you get to that and realize it's still so poorly done because you're trying to be politically correct with the whole movie. And even this thing now that's become clunky, I'm all for letting people live their lives, and I'm not for harming people that I disagree with or whatever, and if they want to live this in their private life, it's fine. But the attempt to put something gay in every single TV show and every single movie has almost gotten clunky. It's also like somebody panics and says, hey, have you got any gay stuff we can throw in here? Yeah. And everybody's like, well, do we not have enough gay? No, we need more gay. And somebody's like, all right, well, let's make this person gay, or why don't we have these two have a gay conversation? It's like they, and then they move on to the rest of the story. Well, and I heard this. There's some movie that's coming out now that's going to be all really straightforward on all this. And even one of the characters in the promo that I saw, and even though I have no desire to see the movie, it is a funny line that this gay person makes in the movie that says, you know, it was much more cutting edge when all y'all were more uncomfortable with us. Now y'all are falling all over yourselves trying to act like that you're okay with gay people. Now y'all have almost become silly with it, and it really has become silly. It just treat people with respect. Agree to disagree if you have an issue with it, and everybody go live their lives. This is what we're doing now is clunky, uncomfortable, patronizing, and silly. It's like it's okay to do a movie and a TV show that have gay people in it. It's all right. I mean, you don't have to have a gay character. You don't have to tie something gay in it. It's okay for people to be heterosexual in movies. It's perfectly fine. How about it? Let's make it well written. Let's make it entertaining. And let's see if we can have something that's redeeming about it. That'd be great. But anyway, so now we found out there's a force on that in the storyline that we didn't know about. So anyway, and it will be the awards that are about to be heaped on this show. Because remember, when all else fails, if you're a fledgling actor, okay, especially males, if you're a fledgling actor that at one time you were kind of a big screen deal, if you'll play a gay character, you'll get that Oscar you never got. Just pretend you're gay, and do a gay role, and you'll get an award at the very next game. It's singing the bells. And this is probably what's about to happen with Bradley Cooper. All right. He didn't win one for Tarzan? I don't think he did, Greg. All right, looking at some other things today. This is just rapid fire. The ongoing... Georgia's jumping on the land. Yeah, you're right. Same that. The ongoing ignored violence in Chicago because, remember, we have a mayor there that we clicked all the things you got to click in politically correctness. So you are not allowed to be critical of Mayor Lori Lightfoot. But just keeping up 55 shots during Labor Day weekend. And that's pretty much an average weekend in Chicago.
I hate to say it, some people are not following the gun law.
No, they're really not. Bubba, also another green disaster for our attempt to pretend that we want to be green even though we're not quite there yet. CNBC, not exactly a bastion of conservatism, they are reporting that Amazon powered down all of its solar rooftops in the entire country, all of them, because they had a year full of major fires at facilities throughout the country and electrical explosions.
They had, solar panels are got to be in the sun to operate. Yeah. And they want them in, prime positions. And it's been a very hot summer. And day after day, that temperature, even on solar panels can get up to 150 degrees. So we're going to have to engineer those a little more robust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's not quite ready.
It can be done.
Yeah, it can be done. Not quite ready for what they were asking them to do.
But because of a couple of fires, they shut all of them down, which I don't know that...
well, they said multiple fires and explosions all across their country.
Even if you shut them down, I don't know that limits your fire because you got something in the black background up there in direct heat that's going to pick up some sunlight.
Bubba, don't be concerned about the 87,000 IRS agents. Don't be concerned at all.
Nope.
Of course, it's already happened. The IRS says they have accidentally exposed confidential taxpayer data.
Sure.
There's the government work.
Well,
accidentally, of course.
Don't
click that. It was accidental.
Well, anybody that collects information on you, whether it's a bank or IRS, eventually it's going to be stolen. So you just better be prepared and have a plan when it is.
Well, especially if the IRS, and somehow, remember the IRS, I bet your stuff is likely to be exposed if they find out that maybe you're not all in line with the current administration.
You think so?
Yeah. If you're a little too outspoken, watch out. Probably going to have you're going to get audited, and probably your stuff's going to be exposed. Hillary Clinton says she is not going to run for president.
What?
Which means she is.
That means, let me tell you all that is. We know the Clinton playbook.
Right.
She will come out and announce that, so people will go, no, you need to think.
Please, Hillary,
we need you.
We need you. I mean, come on.
So predictable.
Yeah. So she's trying to get everybody to beg her to run.
Yep.
And the Democratic Party.
Don't forget about me.
Bubba, you think
was close last time.
And I tend to agree with you because they're trying to put lipstick on them now. I tend to believe, look, let's just get in the real world. Joe Biden cannot do a second term.
No, I don't think
there's just no
the
way.
donors are not going to put the money
There's just
behind
no way, no how. I mean, that's just pretending that you can flap your arms and point. So who's it going to be? And I'm with you. I tend to agree. They're trying to see if Gavin Newsom will.
Yeah, you're going to have 2 or 3 come out. You have so many different wings and branches in the Democratic Party. Bernie will run. He's a perennial candidate. But I think Gavin Newsom is going to be the main one. They're going to tout that California, like you heard today, is a success story.
Oh, yeah.
Although so many people think it's a success story, they're leaving in record numbers.
Correct.
But I think everybody is ready for a different look out of the candidate, like maybe one that can make the Senate. And,
right.
He would probably be more camera friendly than Biden is.
Right. And really, the beautiful thing about the left is if you'll just put a D by his name, you've got most of it done.
You got 48% of the vote, right?
It doesn't matter how disastrous his state is because he's not a Republican.
Right.
So then you go out and see if you can get some of those swing votes to come on over to Gavin, and that's really all you have ahead of you.
And that's kind of the playbook they're using now for the midterm. You basically just run against what Trump stood for, and then call everybody that voted for him extreme right wing, like crazy, and then you just run against him because you really can't run on what you've done because you have nothing
from day one.
You have nothing to brag about.
When Gavin Newsom won his recall election, they tried to throw him out. He started running for president that day. Look at the things he's doing, how he's doing it. You see it. Pretty obvious.
Bottom of the hour, your phone calls, and we got a few stories out of the sports world we didn't get to today. 866 We Be Big. We'll come right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the safety of you and your loved ones? Of course not. So isn't it strange that not all home security companies truly put you first? Old school home security companies set you up with outdated technology, they overcharge you for service, and they lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security System. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. SimpliSafe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and any other threats to your home. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. Customize the perfect system now for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they will not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life, and you get all this for about half the price of other premium audio brands. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Want to see it for yourself? Find out what the hype's all about right now. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 08 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's Lear Bubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee. Or find the link at RickandBubba.com. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. We'll get some of your phone calls in before this hour is done. CleanPods.com/Bubba. Everybody getting fired up about this. They've used technology to create something every one of us needs and uses: cleaning supplies. Okay? And here's what they've done. They made them better while saving us money. So now to help this a real no-brainer, it already is, just straight up, but to help, we're going to step up the offer, 10% off all products and any order plus free shipping. Come on. Stop wasting your money on cleaning supplies for your windows, glass, bathroom, kitchens, and the floor. Instead, go to cleanpods.com/Bubba. Now, you're going to love the product. It gives you at least 5 full bottles of cleaning solution. So I want you to think about that. And we're talking about for less than $10. 5 full bottles of cleaning solution for less than $10. Now, whatever you're using, does it cost you less than $2 each? I bet it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So these are terrific products. Everyone in the audience can use them, and we know you're going to love them. You just simply drop a small pod of their solution into a bottle they provide, add water, shake it up, and here we go. So put this to work for you. These are great products. Boy, you're going to save money. So 10% off anything you order plus free shipping right now. Go to cleanpods.com/Bubba, or you can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. All right, so a couple of things that we need to hit before we go back to some phone calls and hear from the folks. Now, I heard in the kickoff hour this being talked about. Heard you mention it, Bubba. 2 fans removed from U.S. Open quarterfinal match after haircut prank at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Now, this is the U.S. Open, the Big Tennis Super Bowl, if you will, the 4th one of the year, and the last one. And there just seems like a lot of stories coming out of the U.S. Open this year.
So I
saw it live. I was watching when this happened, and everybody thought this was just a thing that was happening, and it wasn't a prank, and they just thought, well, that's strange. The guy was getting a haircut at the Open. He was a couple of seats behind the court.
Okay.
The guy had his little thing you put on. Here it is, Rick. Look, this is going on. And, I mean, this is going on during the match. They're playing right now. And matter of fact, Kyrgios and Kachanov is playing. We saw the video earlier. Kyrgios breaking his racket at the end of the match, but it's going on, and they're just playing like nothing's happening. And see, Fowler's on the call, John McEnroe's there, Brad Gilbert. They've covered these things forever, and they weren't even really like, they didn't think it was odd. I'm sure they thought it was odd. They didn't think it was a prank, and they didn't think anybody was doing anything wrong.
Well, I guarantee you that those people who pay $3,000 or $4,000 a seat and the barber's blocking their view ain't happy.
Well, they were all smiling. You see them, they were smiling and taking pictures and photos, and it was just an interesting moment. And Maddie and I were laying there going, what in the world is this? Hey, I can get a hot dog and a beer and a haircut too? Like, what is this? What is going on?
I didn't understand. I don't understand the prank. It doesn't.
Evidently,
Even a haircut.
Speedy said this has happened before, and was an NFL game.
It was the Yankees game this year, but I don't think it was them. But the Yankees.
I forget who they were. Pause it right there a minute. Pause it right there a minute. You see Brad Gilbert at the bottom left of the screen. He is the on-court announcer, if you will, and he's been in tennis forever. He's coach, and he says, guys, there's a guy getting a haircut just seats away from me. And Fowler and McEnroe were like, well, okay, that's great. Well, we're going to get haircuts. We had last night, to Bubba's point, or previous night before that, we had a blonde up there chugging beer. We decided that was worthy to put on video. A lot goes on in New York.
Shave and a haircut. Because honestly, in the world we're living in now, some guy cutting another guy's hair in the stands doesn't really warrant much attention. It really did. Now think about all the weird things that happen. I don't even understand this prank.
I guess just hey, we were able to pull this off. I don't know.
We get a haircut at famous stadiums. I don't understand.
We talked about this too. When we have things go like this, streaking, whether they got clothes on or not, we don't show it because we don't want to give them any kind of fame. The fact that they completely showed this last night and was discussing it tells me they didn't know it was a prank. They thought it was just something going on.
Yeah, they thought it was a This is how Greg was. Shave and a haircut.
That was really bizarre.
This line I don't get. This is why I don't understand it. Well, we're really living in an odd, fake world, and we're so. The bar is so low right now for entertainment. And this ought to be our time. I mean, listen to this. Soon, social media users were excited about how a YouTuber known for his pranks had pulled this one off. This is exciting that somebody who has a YouTube channel went to the U.S. Open and cut each other's hair. This is exciting entertainment. I thought it was odd. Now you run on the court. You run on the court with a racket and hit a ball across the net. Okay.
You shaved Kyrgios' head.
Right.
Serving. Now you got.
Now we're so easily impressed. I mean, that's just.
I just sent Adler the video at the Yankees game. It happened on, I think, August the 16th. You're saying this is two Yankees fans. This guy just started giving him a haircut during the game. But it was different people. I don't know if that's the same now. I have no idea.
Shave and a haircut. Hey.
Okay, who in here, just one day, just random, can give the other one a haircut and we just act like nothing's going on?
I think I could cut your hair and Steve's. That's about it.
But it would still be odd.
Yeah, right.
But just do it and act like nothing's happened.
It's like it's normal. We just continue to talk. We need to order a Floby before.
We'll talk about some particular story and we'll cover it, but at the time in which we're doing it, you're just cutting my hair.
I don't understand this song. I mean, you understand the point. If you're going to put an effort into a prank, do a good one. On a much more interesting sports story, Steelers to retire Franco Harris's number, and they're going to do it at the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception.
Well, it's time to do it. I remember watching that live as a kid, thinking, "Wow, it'd been a real tight game back and forth, and then you had this incredible play at the end when it looked like the Steelers were beat."
It was over.
If I remember, didn't Rooney, the owner of the team, he was already headed to the locker room to tell them what a great year it had been.
Because they had been so bad, and that this is when they were about to start their dynasty run. Well, they did. This is a quote said that a guy here says, "My grandfather used to say before Franco got here, we didn't win much. Since he got here, we don't lose." And they say, I think that sums it up pretty good. That was Rooney's, one of his grandsons, saying that he used to say that. So Franco's impact on the franchise, they said there's no way to overstate.
No, he was.
He'd run out of bounds. That's why they'd help him.
Yeah, he didn't take hits. He didn't have to. No. Rick, also,
if that's going to happen on Christmas Eve,
isn't there controversy that the Immaculate Reception was actually legal?
It was a rule that if it touches the offensive defensive player,
you couldn't go offense to offense. The defensive player had to touch it in between, and they ruled that the receiver and the defensive back touched it at the same time, which made it legal for him to go.
And
I remember.
Am I
50 years ago.
Am I not correct that the person who delivered the hit was the assassin? I think Jack Tatum.
Yeah, but it's one of their teams. I believe you're correct. Number 39, a fullback.
Hey, let me tell you, Jack Tatum.
That was great.
Again, the assassin. You saw the power of his hit, but fortunately for the Steelers, he hit so hard, the ball shot so far up in the air and so far away that Franco was able to grab it right before it hit the ground.
If targeting was ruled in, assassin would have never completed a game.
Yeah, right. He would have just retired. We're going to see the flight.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Let's hear the call.
Can I hear the call?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last chance for the Steelers. Bradshaw trying to get away. And his pass is broken up by Tatum. It's off. Franco Harris has it. And he's over.
They really can't believe what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's over, guys.
It was a fourth down play with only 7 plays.
And they were had a long way to go.
Yeah. That's
that. I was just a kid. I barely remember it.
That's one of those plays where you think, wow,
that was my favorite.
Something weird happened here.
I was all about to see.
All right, so we're going to see it in slow motion. So
Tatum made the hit, but the camera work was not excellent here either. We didn't have as many cameras.
Right.
Let's see. That's 33.
That, of course, a classic Jack Tatum.
Yeah,
knocked him out.
Knocked him out. I mean, right.
Jack Tatum. He was a character.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba, who was the Vikings that he hit in the Super Bowl? His helmet came off. Remember?
Here's even a better shot.
Probably Johnny Kelly.
So, by the way, not much effort there from defensive line for that one game. All right, so
he takes us over.
Yeah.
Boom and whoop. Franco right there.
Scooped it up.
Yeah.
Right off the turf. I mean,
wasn't there many, to your point?
Look, he almost went out of bounds.
To your point, Greg, wasn't there for many years saying that the ball should touch the ground? That was a big argument.
I think it was more than
the receiver.
Yeah, you're right. Until they got a better, but the receiver part, the two things were brought up.
Two things. Did it hit the ground?
Yes.
And the other is, did the receiver touch it?
Right.
Because if the receiver touched it, it's dead.
Correct.
It's an
But that rule is since
it's been changed. That's not under those rules during that day. Of course, also you could knock somebody unconscious in those days too.
Evidently, targeting was perfectly fine.
Leave him laying there for dead. And everybody thought he was a great hit. It's damn flawed.
And let's be honest, it was a better game then.
It was.
It really was.
Now we're watching a glorified 7-on-7. But that's all right. We'll be back. Phone calls next at 866 We Be Big. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks,
Presto. You're speaking another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
3 weeks. It's incredible. After 3 weeks, I'm on vacation in Paris, having a conversation in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Dak Prescott here. Why do I choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because better sleep elevates my game. Only my Sleep Number 360 smart bed helps me fall asleep faster, keeps me cool, and effortlessly adjusts for my best sleep. The result? 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. That's more focus, more edge, and more highlights. And that means more wins for all of us.
Don't miss the final days of the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey, Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
Sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEST for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEST for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
If you've been listening to our show for a while, you've heard us talk about the Helix mattresses that we love. Well, Helix has moved from the bedroom to the living room with all-form sofas. All the all-form sofa pieces are made in America, easy to assemble, and scratch and stain resistant. Great for anyone with kids or pets. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, which is the easiest way to customize a sofa using premium materials at a fraction of the cost of the traditional stores. And just like the Helix mattress, all-form sofas are shipped right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and you'll get a full refund. Let me tell you, we've had one at our house, and they're so easy to put together. They look great. So what are you waiting for? If you need a new chair or a new sofa, plus they offer a lifetime warranty option, here's the best part. Allform is offering 20% off all orders for our listeners. Get 20% off at allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the safety of you and your loved ones? Of course not. So isn't it strange that not all home security companies truly put you first? Old school home security companies set you up with outdated technology. They overcharge you for service, and they lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security Center. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. SimpliSafe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and any other threats to your home. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. Customize the perfect system now for your home at SimpliSafeBubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to SimpliSafeBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsor.
Cut.
The
gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866. We Be Big is the number. Your phone calls coming in. So we'll grab them, and we'll see what is on your mind today. Let's get started with Max. Max is in the great state of Georgia. Max, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How are y'all?
I'm fantastic. Hope you're all right.
Yeah, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
I just had a question from the Bible for y'all.
Oh, okay. That's not what you're talking to.
Well, what did Naomi say to Ruth when she was looking for a husband?
Well, there were a number. Your people will be my people. I know that was in there. I don't. I can't.
We'll have to go back and reference that.
I think what she said was, have you thought about Boaz?
I knew Boaz. That's funny. That's funny right there. That's good. You should be somewhat ashamed, but it's good. Let's go to Adam and Lincoln. Adam, go ahead.
Hey guys, just thinking about Brendan Fraser gaining so much weight. I was walking through the living room and my wife was watching one of her usual chick flicks, and it was called The Poison Rose, and it was from 2019, and Brendan Fraser was in it, and he was huge then, and that was back in 2019. I couldn't believe it. I stopped. Like, as I was walking through, I stopped and I looked, and I was like, is that the mummy guy?
Oh, yeah.
And she's like, yeah, that's Brendan Fraser, but he was gigantic then. I guess this is some kind of post-COVID thing that they're dealing with, and they're just making the best of it.
Or he was putting on the weight because they hadn't started shooting that yet, and he picked up that movie, while waiting to go to that one. I don't know, but yeah, he's
that's very possible.
Yeah, he's large. There's no doubt about that. Let's go to Mike in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, this is basically for Speedy. Last Friday, Speedy was talking about, they were thinking about buying a house or whatever down in Kelly County, and that Terry was real big on yard art.
Yeah.
Well, I was just calling to let Speedy know, and y'all can put me on hold off the air. I'll be happy to talk to him and make him a deal, because I know how he hates to come out of that water.
Okay. Well, you could just email
Make him a deal.
Speedy,
make a deal.
Speedy at rickandbubba.com.
Oh, yeah. Speedy at rickandbubba.com. Okay, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
Property or art? I didn't know what he said.
Here's
say
what he
artwork?
said. He
art,
said,
art? You're buying a house with artwork?
Here's what he said. He said,
thank you, Rick.
This part I don't know that is accurate, but he said, I heard Speedy's thinking about moving to the country. I said buy a house in Georgia. Okay. And I heard Terry really likes yard art. I don't know if you said that.
I don't remember that part either.
And he says, I guess he means maybe cool stuff to put in the yard. And if that's true,
he's got a deal for me.
He's got a deal for me.
Okay.
That's what all that was.
Thanks
for the property or the yard art?
Yard art.
That's what I was asking.
Could be the property.
Maybe it's a twofer.
But why would you bring up yard art if you could if it was property use? We said I heard you're trying to buy a house in Choke County.
Unless he has both.
Okay.
But I remember yard art.
Well, I got
never
news for you. You don't want to buy any yard art.
No. Where'd that even?
I don't know if he misheard that. Maybe.
I think you said something about an art bar.
Can I ask you, Speedy, what type of yard art?
I think that was
thank you, Bubba. Barns? Are you still barn?
How about a statue?
Hey,
I think
art
about that.
I think what he actually said was dig Rex Park.
No, maybe that's right. And he thought he said yard art.
That's possible. By the way, just letting y'all know, at 8 a.m. on Friday, we're going to have to start barking off. Stop barking off.
Okay, start.
Because, we've developed some habits about golden ticket seats, and they're going to have to see.
The golden ticket seats are coming in the studio. They'll be much closer, and there'll be no cheek sneaks in here.
Well, I'm under doctor's orders to bark on an each.
Okay, so Bubba can't open back and cause problems. But with caution.
Yeah.
Don't put a lot of force on it.
That's right.
Easy.
What's funny is you can't, when we do bark off in here, during the show, during the show, if you got your headphones on, you can't hear it.
No.
They're going to be able to.
They will. They'll be able to hear it.
That's one of my favorite things is to be over here, forget to put my headphones on for a minute. Yeah. And one of y'all just let it rip, or myself, and I get a chuckle out of it.
Oh, one time I walked in and y'all already put your headphones on, it was like listening to a quartet. And Bubba clearly had the low part. Randy, dig a little deep. Randy, go ahead. Randy.
3 minutes break.
Yes, sir.
Randy, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Not great.
Your turn?
Yeah. I want you to be a little more energetic and talk a little louder. Go.
I need to talk to Bubba and got some insider information about the spacewalk.
This sounds like one of the scientists, Bubba. I believe one of the scientists. Sounds like your hand buddy. Well, you got him on the line. Go.
Yeah. Well, their line to everybody, the spacewalk wasn't the first time because of the sensor malfunction. It was delayed because they had trouble with one of the dummies.
What trouble did they have?
Well, one of them had gallbladder surgery, and the other one couldn't find his way down there.
I got it. I didn't think it was any good. Long way home.
Right. Yeah.
Throw a touchstone in the middle of it.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, 7. I never thought I would apply this to the show, but it's already happened twice now. And that, well, you know how sometimes there's not, I quote, I hate to be in a meeting that could have been a text. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yes. I hate for the live show to hear things that should have been an email. Yeah. You know what I mean? That happens. Right. Let's go to Matthew. Norman Carroll. Matthew in South Carolina. Matthew, go ahead.
So is it me, or does that Salem guy in Pennsylvania have the same tempo as Sergio did?
Wow, you know what? I didn't catch that. That's a good catch. That's a really good catch. Yeah, he did. He did sound like Sergio. Yeah, the great Sergio. We ain't seen him in a while. Josh and he was one and done. He was one and done. Josh, welcome to the program. Wow.
Good morning.
Hey, Josh.
I was going to ask y'all, I don't know if it's with the new deals college football players can get, but is Bryce Young the only person I know of to be on the Heisman House and still playing college football?
That's a good question. That's a great question. And probably get paid. And probably that's a yes.
Yeah, he is right now because he's the only underclassman that came back in a while.
Yeah, but like you said, I don't think in the past has any of them been on it before they were done.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, because the NIL deal,
you get paid to be on there.
There's the only way you could do it.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, that's true. Great call. Hey, two good calls right there.
Needed that one, didn't it?
Well, 2 at the end with 2 good catches.
Turn up. That was good. Yeah. Turn up at the end.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
farmer sentiment turned a bit more positive in August. We'll get the details from the Ag Economy Barometer. And then it's time for the Farmer Forum. Land prices, input costs, fuel costs, crop conditions, prices, and rising equipment costs are all on the agenda.
Live from the foothills of Hunter via Farm Journal broadcast, this is AgriTalk. This morning we begin with Dr. Jim Minter from Purdue University. Then it's our Farmer Forum with panelists Jed Bauer and Dennis Bogarts. And right after the news, Marty Eckelkamp from The Scoop. I'm handsome newsman Davis Michelson, and now the host of AgriTalk, Chip LaHorror.
All right, Davis,
Hey,
welcome back, buddy.
Hey, man. Super psyched to be here. It's really great.
Oh, okay.
yeah. You just got to leave that hanging out there. All right, thank you. Yes, good to be here.
Oh, glad that you're back. Hope you had a great weekend, man.
Bro, so here was the deal. It was a big cake tasting event.
Yeah.
For undisclosed purposes.
Yeah.
And what they did was they had this big plastic clamshell that you could fit, I think it was for cupcakes. So like 18 little holes in there where cupcakes would normally go. They had it filled with all the little frosting samples and little cake samples of various kinds of cake. I have no idea what the cake lady was even talking about as far as, well, now there's the 7-inch and you can do the 5-inch, and we have the... I was just chowing down. By the time we were done, I was scraping out the little cupcake things.
I could just see you. You've got frosting all over your face. You're licking your fingers. You look up at the cake lady and say, "What?"
Was I supposed to choose one?
We're gonna have to do that again.
I'm gonna need another round, and one for my friends.
Love it. All right. Hey, welcome to AgriTalk. I'm Chip. That is Kate Fan Davis.
Hello.
And we've got a heck of a show lined up. Our monthly conversation with Dr. Jim Minter about the latest survey that they did at Purdue University to generate the Ag Economy Barometer.
Improvement in August.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
And in July.
Interesting trends.
Yes, indeed.
Some interesting trends. Yes. And then we're going to get to the Farmer Forum coming up at the bottom of the hour. Jed over in Ohio, Dennis here in Iowa. We'll start with crop reports and find out what they're dealing with. All right, buddy, let's get to it. What you got in the news?
Well, Chip, U.S. farmers confronting supply chain bottlenecks and a surging dollar are losing their competitive edge in the global market for soybeans to largest rival Brazil. In most of the years through 2020, it was about twice as expensive for China to ship Brazilian rather than American soybeans, but logistics issues in the United States, upgrades of the South American countries' ports and supply infrastructure, and a strong dollar have almost eliminated that gap.
Yeah, it's one of the things that has been corn growers, soybean association, all the commodity groups have been talking about. We need to do more to support our infrastructure to stay competitive against Brazil. Well, we didn't spend enough early enough, and now Brazil has caught up.
Well, the Bank of England predicts UK inflation will hit 13% this quarter and forecasts GDP will turn negative this quarter. The bank predicts GDP will stay negative through the entirety of 2023. After that, in 2024 and onward, growth is projected to be, quote, very weak by historical standards.
Yeah, the talk of a global recession is really weighing on energy prices this week.
Australia's projected bumper wheat crop may be running into supply chain constraints. The country is projecting its second largest wheat harvest ever, following above-average rainfall on its east coast. But much of the country's storage capacity is already full. Ports are operating at capacity, and exporters face trouble finding capacity in a shaky bulk shipping sector. Russian President Vladimir Putin appeared to threaten the deal allowing Ukraine's grain exports. Addressing the Eastern Economic Forum in Vladivostok, Putin claimed that practically all of Ukraine's grain exports were being sent to the EU rather than the poorest countries. Putin said he now wants to renegotiate the deal, raising concerns the pact may not be able to last. Chip, his complaint is that the poorest nations aren't getting those Ukrainian exports. I don't remember that being part of the deal, but maybe that was in the fine print that I didn't read.
We weren't in the room either.
No. True.
You know, that could have been part of the deal that got Russia to sign. So as a result of this uncertainty, we've got corn trading, call it 4 to 6 cents higher. Soybeans reversed yesterday's losses, trading about 20 cents higher. But wheat, the SRW market is at least 40 cents higher today because of the risk that we're losing Ukrainian supplies.
Well, according to the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, the U.S. wants a $44 per barrel cap on Russian oil prices under an agreement reached by G7 countries last week, referencing the level signaled by Russia as its cost of production. Nations impacted, despite the G7's best efforts, do not include either of Russia's two largest oil clients, China and India. Meanwhile, Japan would reportedly be hard-pressed to enforce the price cap. Russia stated last week it would not sell oil to countries with a price cap in place.
Yeah, enforcement's going to be difficult, but they're looking at some freight costs and insurance rates and insurability of the product in general as ways of enforcing that price cap.
Well, Chinese leader Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin are set to meet next week, according to Russian state media. And finally, the Dutch agriculture minister Henk Staghouwer abruptly resigned after 9 months, saying he was not the right person to lead an ambitious climate-based overhaul of the Dutch farming sector. Chip.
All right. Thank you very much, Davis. Let's bring in Margie Eckelkamp, editor of The Scoop. Good morning, Margie.
Good morning, Chip.
Okay, carbon and carbon contracts. We're going to be talking about that a little bit coming up with Jim Mintert. What's the next step? What gets more people involved?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are asking, are carbon markets, are they a low-hanging fruit, or are they the next cash crop? And we've got some analysis from the team at Iowa State University really saying we're in a scenario right now where it is low-hanging fruits only. High corporate demand for low-value ag carbon credits, but where we want to move to would be that next cash crop. So high corporate demand for high-value ag carbon credits. Now, there's 3 science gaps that need to be addressed. The first, uncertainty in the projected volume of carbon credits that can be produced by a farmer depending on the weather, the timeliness of their practice, etc. Number 2, measuring that volume of carbon removed or avoided by the farmer is difficult and costly, particularly at this large scale. So that's why right now we just have this sampling method out in the field. And then the third would be that all of these different carbon markets, there are about 16 programs farmers can voluntarily participate in. They all use different models. So it is impossible to compare across the program the potential for carbon credit generation from each practice change stemming on one farm. So there are those 3 science gaps that need to be addressed. We do have folks out there trying to also identify farmers who are interested, getting them in the funnel so they can participate. Our friends at Winfield United have now used the term carbon curious. So as you said, Chip, how can we get carbon curious farmers to become participants in these voluntary markets?
Fantastic. What a good term to use on this, because I think most farmers are carbon curious and they're interested at a certain price. I don't know if that price has been established yet or not, but we're going to figure it out over time, no doubt. Thanks, Margie. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Chip.
All right, that is Margie Eckelkamp, editor of The Scoop. Learn more, www.thedailyscoop.com. We've got Jim Mintert up next. We are headed into the harvest season. Farmers across the country are turning their attention to what seed purchases they are going to make for next season. Joining us now, Nathan McGee, Senior Manager for Seed Growth at FBN. Nathan, okay, break it down for us. What makes the seed purchase decision so complex?
There's many factors to evaluate, but most notably is the crop revenue potential and ROI from the seed purchase. Our growers must also consider product placement, genetic diversity, traits, technologies, agronomics, as well as overall crop management. So we're here to help support and simplify this process and put our growers back in control from start to finish.
Okay, so what makes the seed purchase experience with FBN different?
We offer flexibility, convenience, and transparency. We're introducing a new feature this season called Flex Pick, which provides our growers that flexibility to lock in early purchase discounts without selecting specific hybrids or varieties at the time of commitment. This provides that additional time through November to review harvest results, plot results, etc. to help support their final seed selections. Our convenience, our growers can visit and shop our seeds products online anytime, anywhere, as well as get direct-to-farm delivery. And lastly, transparency, a hallmark of FBN. We put our prices and discounts up front on our online store, so growers have visibility to our straightforward pricing.
So what seed products are available from FBN?
FBN has a robust portfolio of competitive products and brands, including both traded and conventional non-GMO offerings. This season, we currently offer corn, soybeans, sorghum, and hybrid rye.
Where do farmers go to learn more about the seed products from FBN?
Please be sure to visit our online store at fbn.com. Now is the time to purchase seed from FBN with up to 18% in discounts for seed orders placed prior to October.
Excellent. Thank you, Nathan. That is Nathan McGee, Senior Manager for Seed Growth at FBN.
Hi, I'm Ag Day host Clinton Griffiths, and I invite you to join me each morning as we cover the nation's food system, from fields of green to orchards of orange and livestock everywhere in between. America runs on agriculture, and here at Ag Day, agriculture is what we do best. Listen as our analysts track the markets, learn about innovations in technology and sustainability, and live the country lifestyle through the eyes of rural America. Join me, Clinton Griffiths, for Ag Day, the country experience.
The Scoop Podcast is where we talk about tight supply chains, emerging agronomic challenges, technology tools delivering ROI. I'm Margie Eckelkamp, editor of The Scoop and host of The Scoop Podcast. Join me as I interview leaders from across the ag retail sector. Farmers are working hard for every bushel, and their trusted advisors are by their side. Find The Scoop Podcast wherever you find podcasts so you are up to date on everything ag retail.
I don't know what you're thinking. So call us at 855-4TALK-AG and tell us what's on your mind.
You can also send us a tweet. Just include hashtag AgriTalk in the message. Send me an email, host@agritalk.com. Welcome back. I'm Chip. Got Davis with me.
Hello.
And it's time for our monthly conversation with Dr. James Mintert. Jim is an ag economist at Purdue University, director of the Ag Economy Barometer, along with the CME Group, and his partner, Dr. Michael Langemeyer, who we're going to talk with on Friday afternoon there at Purdue. So, Jim, welcome back. It's good to talk with you again.
Great to be back, Chip.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the bottom line of it. What happened to the overall reading in August?
Sentiment improved. The Ag Economy Barometer rose, I think, 14 points to a reading of 117, up from 103. That's 2 months in a row the barometer's been up. But if you compare it to a year ago, we're still well below last year's reading. Last year at this time, the barometer was sitting at 138. And if you go back a little farther than that, the tail end of 20 and the beginning of 21, we were up above 175. So nice improvement in sentiment, but still people are pretty uneasy compared to where we were just about a year and a half ago.
Yeah. Yeah. So some optimism, but cautiously so, is how I read it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I suppose one of the things that was maybe a little bit of a surprise to us was the sub-indices, the index of future expectations and the index of current conditions were a little bit of a surprise. The index of future expectations actually rose more than the index of current conditions. And, you know, if I had to guess before we did the survey, I probably would have guessed the opposite.
Yep. And you would have guessed that because of soybean prices, corn prices?
Well, I think just the reflection of the fact that 2022 is going to be a pretty darn good year for most people. Not as good as 2021.
Yeah, okay.
But as we look at income projections, 2022 looks like a pretty good year. But I think people maybe are starting to look at, think about, you know, what the 22 crop, which will largely, for many people, a big chunk of that will be sold in 23. Maybe they're starting to look at that as well. And of course, I think maybe underestimated by our, from our standpoint was the decline in fuel prices that took place from the time we did the July survey to the time we did the August survey. I think that made people feel better.
Okay, interesting. What are the challenges that you pinpointed in the survey?
Well, people continue to tell us that their number one concern is input prices. I think over half the people in the survey said that's their number one concern going forward. People have some other concerns. They have some concerns about output prices, obviously. They've got some concerns about input availability, but number one is really price, what it's going to cost to put, especially a crop in the ground in 2023. And, just a tremendous amount of uncertainty about that. And I think that uneasiness has got people on edge. And I think the related point is, with respect to the cost of those inputs, just the total dollars it's going to take to put a crop in the ground in the spring of 2023. And I think the fact that we've kind of moved the decimal point on that crop budget is bothering people and maybe creating some unease, I think contributing to the weakness that we're seeing in the barometer, the sentiment index.
Well, sometimes concern and uneasiness is healthy because you've got to pay attention to what's going on there, and it's warranted. There's reason to be concerned about the input costs for the 23 crops, right?
Yeah, there is, and I think what people are recognizing is the level of risk has gone up, right?
Yeah.
And they're worried about a cost-price squeeze, right? Because once they make the investment, the question is, can I extract a return from that investment? And that's going to depend, obviously, on what takes place with respect to commodity prices. So people are uneasy about that, and it's put them in a very unusual position. I spoke to an audience earlier today and asked them, as a group of bankers, and I asked them, from a historical standpoint, how often do we actually worry that much from year to year about the cost of inputs? And the answer is very rarely, because input prices are normally much more stable than that. They have a tendency to go up over time, but the volatility we're experiencing is really unusual, and that's created that concern. But then related point is, I think, as you're pointing out, Chip, it's about risk.
Yep. Yeah. We're not on the input side of things. We're not used to having the ability to be wrong in a purchase. You go ahead and you buy it when it's time to buy it. That's the way it's always been done. If you mistime it, I like the way that you said it. You can change the decimal point on your crop inputs if you mistime it, or if you time it right, you can change the decimal point. So,
well, yeah, you look at break-even prices for this 2022 crop, and it varies quite a bit across individual producers, based in large part on when they purchase fertilizer.
Yeah. Okay. You said something about gas prices, fuel prices, that they had come down. That may have helped. Does that help on the business side or the personal side, the family expenses?
It helps on both, and I think fuel prices for all of us. I think this applies to consumers as well as producers. One of the things about fuel prices is you're forced to look at it every day, right? Every time you drive by a gas station on the interstate or in your local highway, you're looking at that price, and you're very cognizant of what the movement is, regardless of whether or not you're in the position to make a big purchase that month, right? For if you're a producer, you might not be buying much fuel in July, but you're still thinking about it just because those prices are being posted. And so I think that has in some respects, maybe an undue or inordinate measure on sentiment or impact on sentiment.
Gotcha. I think that's a great observation, Jeff. Yep, that's really good. And speaking of big purchases really aren't in the plans for most producers for this year, right?
Well, that's an interesting point. So our Farm Capital Investment Index continues to be very weak. This month's reading was up a little, but not much. Reading at 39. Last month's index was 36. The all-time low in that index was earlier this summer at 35. So we're hovering near all-time lows on that Capital Investment Index. But the last couple of months, we've been asking the follow-up question, which is, if you say it's a bad time, we're coming back and saying, what's your primary reason for saying now it's a bad time? And the number one reason people are telling us is prices. The prices of especially farm machinery have gone up so much that that's making people say it's a bad time. That's not necessarily the same as saying I won't go out and buy a tractor or a combine or an implement or a planter. It just says I don't feel good about it because I'm not getting a good deal. And I think that's consistent with what the machinery manufacturers are saying, because their sales are still pretty strong. Yeah. It's just that we don't feel good about paying the kind of prices they're being charged.
Yep. Dr. Minter, can we talk some of your findings in the land market here? I was looking at the expectations for cash rental rates now. The expectations longer term for farmland values is lower, short term about steady with the prior month, and yet we see those who expect cash rental rates to rise just 0 to 5% being the biggest gainer in cash rental rates, as opposed to those who expect rental rates to rise 10% or more. Elevated land values, and yet rents up just slightly.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point. I think we've been asking that question, I think, for the last 3 months. And so to give it some perspective, the percentage of people expecting the small increase, 0 to 5, has been increasing over the course of the summer. The percentage expecting that large increase, 10% or more, has been falling or drifting lower over the course of the summer. And I think that's reflective of people expecting profitability to shrink a little bit here and looking ahead to 2023. Land values don't necessarily, in the short run, have to track what's going on with cash rental rates. Cash rental rates move based on expected returns to land in a given year. Farmland values have a little different pattern with respect to the long-run influence there. So you don't necessarily have to see those move in the exact same direction in the short run. But I think the key point is people are still expecting cash rental rates, by and large, to go up. I think four out of 10 corn and soybean producers said they expect to see higher rental rates in 23. The debate is probably over the magnitude. You mentioned Michael Langemeyer a minute ago. My colleague has looked more closely at this than I have, and so you can talk about it with him this on Friday. But I think that the long-term average for cash rental rates is to increase between 2 and 3% per year. That's kind of the trend. You put a little above that for this year, given the strong returns we've had these last 2 years. That probably puts us in the ballpark of about that 5% range. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out, but we're going to see a lot of rental rates move. The other thing to remember about cash rental rates is even though the market on the margin might be moving, that doesn't mean every rental agreement is moving. And so when you get responses to a survey, you're influenced by the fact that some people have longer-term arrangements that aren't going to change from one year to the next, and that's kind of picked up in the survey a little bit, I think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We just talked about the carbon curious out there. We've only got about 30 seconds, but give me some perspective on what you found out about the carbon market.
Well, carbon curious is a good way to put it, because we've been asking people if they've engaged in discussions with companies about leasing farmland or getting paid to sequester carbon. And we started doing that in the beginning of 2021. And the range in percentage of people or of respondents that have said they've engaged in discussions has been between roughly 2% and a little over 5% until this month. This month, that jumped to 9%. So I do think we're seeing an increase in the curiosity level.
Right.
But not very many people signing. Only 1% of the people in the survey have said they've actually signed a carbon contract.
Jim, this is always a fascinating conversation for us. Thank you so much for making time for us again.
Thank you for the opportunity. We'll look forward to next month.
Welcome back to Dear John, sponsored by John Deere. Let's go to a caller. Kevin.
Oh, hey, John, big fan. I was wondering if I could give a quick shout-out.
Absolutely, my man.
If you're listening, dear, just know how much I appreciate you stepping up this harvest. I've been at my best thanks to you. I love you.
Aw, what's this lucky lady's name?
Oh, sorry, I was talking to my new S-Series Combine. That thing is awesome.
John Deere's Harvest Tech helps you be your best you. Visit a dealer or johndeere.com/gain ground to upgrade.
There's never been a better time to try FBN. We've dropped the list price on Ag Saver glyphosate to $32 a gallon for totes. And new FBN Direct customers can grab an extra 5% off glyphosate. Get direct-to-farm shipping for free on orders over $5,000. Offer ends September 23rd, so shop today at fbn.com/direct. New customers only must take product by September 30th, 2022. Minimum order of $6,000 required. Terms and conditions apply.
Time for Markets Now with the experts from Pro Farmer.
And joining us now is Pro Farmer editor Brian Grady. Big move in the wheat today. Oh, Pat. I don't know if we've got Brian or not. Like I said, we've got a big move in the wheat market today. The HRW market up 30 to 35 cents. The September contract's up 48 cents. We've got the SRW market 35 to 40 cents higher. Swing wheat market is also trading higher, but the gains are far behind what we're seeing in the winter wheat markets. I think it all goes back to the story that Davis had about Russian President Putin wanting to renegotiate the agreement so that the wheat flowing out of the Black Sea, corn flowing out of the Black Sea would go only to countries that are the poorest and in greatest need. That does not include the European Union and European countries. Therefore, those countries would have to come to other markets for the supplies that they need because of the drought that they've had, and the U.S. might actually show up. I think we've got Brian back. Go ahead and take us to the livestock trade, Brian. What do you got? Okay, we don't have Brian back. Jeez. We're looking at live cattle futures, mostly steady to slightly lower here this morning. We've got the feeder cattle market is trading to the downside after 2 days up in the corn market. A little bit of pressure on feeder cattle prices probably shouldn't be unexpected at this point. And then the lean hog market, we've got some strength going there. The lean hog catch index, it's been trending down, but it's still at a big premium to the futures market. That is Markets Now right here on AgriTalk.
That is definitely noise.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Hi everybody, I'm AgriTalk host Chip Flory.
And I'm Frill Farmer Policy Analyst Jim Wiesmeyer. Join us to sort the DC policy signals from the noise every Monday morning.
DC Signal to Noise live streams on the Farm Journal YouTube channel and on the Facebook pages for AgriTalk, Farm Journal, and Pro Farmer.
Or catch the podcast on your favorite platform.
DC Signal to Noise, Jim Wiesmeyer and Chip Flory, Monday mornings, 8:15 Central.
Did you know VA provides life insurance to over 5 million veterans, service members, and military families? VA serves a unique population of veterans with service-connected disabilities and transitioning service members. Convenient online services allow you to apply for insurance and manage your policy. Insure the ones you love. Protect those who matter most with VA life insurance. Visit va.gov/life-insurance for more information.
Opinions expressed on AgriTalk do not necessarily reflect the views of Farm Journal Broadcasting, affiliate stations, or sponsors. Our name says it all. AgriTalk. What more do you need to know? So,
Welcome
Chip,
back to, yes, Davis.
Welcome back to AgriTalk, everyone. Davis Michelson here. We're lining up the Farmer Forum. The Carbon Curious.
Yeah.
Minter's findings. I just want to make sure we get this out there. Basically, Minter's findings in the Purdue University Ag Economy Barometer was it takes a little more money to turn that curiosity into action.
Right. 2/3 of the respondents said the payment rate needed to be at least $30 an acre. Now, it says at least $30 an acre.
Yep.
I would think that it more is going to get more people involved in it. Now, the low-hanging fruit that we were talking about in how the people that the 1% of farmers or respondents to the survey that have actually signed a carbon contract, they may have been, well, I'm making this change anyway. I might as well go ahead and sign up and get a payment.
Point.
Yeah, and get a payment. That's the low-hanging fruit that is referred to in the carbon markets right now. There are others that are pushing harder to develop that carbon market, and it's going to continue to develop, something that we need to continue to watch. All right, let's get this Farmer Forum started. It is sponsored by America's Conservation Ag Movement. Learn more about it. Go to www.agweb.com/ACAM. Started off with Jed Bauer over in Ohio. Jed, welcome back. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you.
Good. Well, yeah, I'm glad that you're here, Jed. Tell me about it. What's your growing season been like?
Well, I probably haven't done this as long as a lot of people you have on, but I could say this has been my most challenging in my past about 20 years.
Okay.
We got in about a month late planning. And that was, we got to try the first time, and then we got to redo it again, and then some of us redid more of it a third time. And then we turned into a drought situation. But here recently, we've been getting some timely rains. And from the road, things look pretty good, but you get up above it and look out across it, I think it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, what are your expectations this year? I know a year ago you had a heck of a good corn crop. It's not going to be last year's crop by any stretch, is it?
No, it won't be. I mean, I'll be honest. There's going to be some spots that'll be decent, but I'll be ecstatic if we're within 20 bushel of last year, but I don't think we will be.
Okay. All right. The beans, the rains that you've had here recently help the bean crop out?
The beans don't look that bad, yeah. I mean, again, I don't think they'll be what they were last year, but I think they're going to be a closer. I was out we've had 4 inches of rain over the past couple days here. Seen a little regrowth starting on some of them, which, you know, if we continue to get some more rain, might be for later than
yep.
You know, that will help us out.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm sure that it will help you out. All right, let's try to get Dennis Bogarts in here from South Central Iowa. Dennis, how are you?
Doing good, Chip. Thanks.
You bet. Glad you're here, man. Let's hear about your growing season. I mean, you went through a stretch that was dry, didn't you?
Yeah. I guess start at the beginning. We were dry and cool early, and didn't get things planted till kind of the May. I think we started May 10th, May 9th, something like that. And really had pretty good growing season up until about we were a little on the dry side, but about the beginning of July, it kind of started tapering off pretty fast. And yeah, we went through a pretty big stretch since about the middle of July where we just haven't hardly had any rain. And we've had in the last 2 weeks we have gotten 2 inches, but even after that 2 inches of rain, my lawn is still brown and barely growing, and it's just dry. Corn looks rough. The beans, we might salvage something out of the beans, but the corn is looking pretty rough. So
okay. So when you say the corn is looking pretty rough, obviously we saw it on Crop Tour down in that Crop District 8. But man, it's not going to be last year's crop, that's for sure, is it?
Yeah, for sure not. I was trying to think, well, we was talking, what is it going to be? Are we going to be 20, 30% down? I think this is the poor ground is going to be bad, and the good ground is going to be not as bad.
Yeah,
that's about the only thing I can look at right now.
Right.
It's just the better ground. There's some spots that don't look too bad, but there's some tough spots in it. But the poor, the clay or hilly ground around us just looks awful. That stuff could be 50% down, and the good ground might be 20 to 30% down. So on corn yields is what I'm thinking. So yeah.
Yeah, Dennis, I'm glad you threw that 50% out there. I am, because people are sometimes scared to say that they've got half of last year's crop, but on that tough ground down there in South Central Iowa, yeah, it's only going to be a half of last year's crop. I don't think there's any question.
Yeah, so, I'm trying not to be too pessimistic, and I don't think it'll be much less than that, but it looks rough. That rough ground does, and you need a little bit of moisture to kind of keep that growing, and it just like once it dried out, it just turned into concrete, and it just quit growing. The corn, 6 foot tall at best, and it's pretty much all brown already, and a lot of small ears, and so it's rough. But you can go 30 miles east of me, and they caught a couple of rains in that July time frame that we missed. I know a farmer over there that said on Facebook one day he got 2 inches of rain. I'm like, man, we didn't even get 2/10 of rain in that what he got, and so I mean, that one or two little rains that he picked up, I'm sure he's gonna have an okay season, where we kind of missed that when we needed it in the corn, and luckily we're getting it, right now when we need it in the beans, but the beans are still, the beans are definitely not going to be what they were last year, but I don't think it'll be as big of a disappointment as what the corn could be.
Yeah,
so.
it's a big question mark on the beans. Even on September 7th, it's still a big question mark on beans, and we'll get that answered later. Jed, when you're figuring out your operation right now, you've always got to look at the challenges that you've got in front of you and try to figure out how to manage them. What are some of the challenges that you're figuring out right now?
Well, I think all growers are trying to look at that. We got a little bit of everything, you know. We're looking, man, you know, January, February, we're like, wow, we're actually going to make some money. And all the inputs kept going up. You know, we're looking at this, and then fuel went crazy. Looking at next year, trying to get this stuff, you know, bought, paid for. Can we get it? Do we need to get it now? Put it in the shed. That way we can keep our hands on it. Even harvest. Looking at harvest. You know, are we going to have to stock extra parts? You know, stuff's getting hard to find. You know, looking at a short crop as we most all are. It's just a tough situation all around.
Yep. All right. Dennis, what about you? Challenges are you trying to tick off?
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of the similar things. It's, you know, last year I felt pretty good about my inputs. I, you know, had prepaid a lot of stuff early and ahead of time, and had gotten some chemicals in the shed before, you know, the prices went super crazy last year, and some of those kind of things. And you know, don't have a lot of that this year. You know, last year we got anhydrous spot for $700 a ton, and now it's over $1,100 a ton right now. And you know, just stuff like that. It's going to be a challenge now to really, you know, that first year we had a few inputs that were awful high, but this next year, we're going to have almost all of them be awful high. It seems like, you know, unless you went and bought 2 years in advance, inputs are really going to be a huge factor this next year, because they just didn't come down like we thought. We hoped that maybe they would. So, yeah, that's going to be a tough one. So,
Yeah, you know, and here just recently, Jed, I don't know if you've seen this out eastern belt or not, but just recently, some of the guys here in Iowa were telling me they can't even get a bid on nitrogen for fall or for spring. Have you experienced that? Oh, it sounds like we lost Jed. What about you, Dennis? Have you heard any of it?
I guess I haven't. I got a phone call the other day and on anhydrous and P&K that they had prices, and went in and, you know, prepaid some of it, but I haven't heard too much of that, you know, issues with shortage or not being able to even get prices around here. So.
Okay. All right. So the prices that they're quoting you, can you pencil it out and make money for next year?
Bringing Jed in, so that kind of interrupts him hearing you for a second. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Jed?
There we go.
All right, Jed, are you there?
Yep, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. You know what? We're coming up against the break, so we're going to take the break. We'll talk a little bit more about the inputs when we come back. But the other things that I want to get to, opportunities. Have the commodity groups identified the right opportunities to build better markets going forward, and are they pushing the development of those markets in the right way? I want to talk about that next with Jed from Ohio and Dennis from Iowa.
I'm Ty Morgan, host of U.S. Farm Report. Join me each weekend as we explore the news and issues that matter the most to agriculture. We know this past year has been challenging in many ways, but as agriculture continues to adapt, we are right there with you. From markets to weather, each weekend we take a deep dive into what matters most. Join me each weekend for U.S. Farm Report, timely, trusted tradition.
Cancer can feel like something we can't do anything about, but you can. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. Begin cervical screening at age 25. At 45, start colorectal and breast screening. At discuss lung screening with a doctor. Find resources for free and low-cost screening at cancer.org/getscreened. This is a public service message from the American Cancer Society.
The Scoop Podcast is where we talk about tight supply chains, emerging agronomic challenges, technology tools delivering ROI. I'm Margie Eckelkamp, editor of The Scoop and host of the Scoop Podcast. Join me as I interview leaders from across the ag retail sector. Farmers are working hard for every bushel, and their trusted advisors are by their side. Find the Scoop Podcast wherever you find podcasts so you are up to date on everything ag retail.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
Or your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you Mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Ag Resource Management is expanding its unique crop financing offer to serve more farmers across the country. Joining us now is Mark Branch, president of Ag Resource Management. Mark, how does that work? What makes ARM financing different?
Absolutely, Chip. ARM understands the complexities of today's agricultural challenges. Farmers will benefit from our expertise and industry knowledge. I think the main difference with Ag Resource Management with other lenders is actually twofold. We really look at the crop insurance and government payments as our chief source of collateral, where other banks may be looking at land and equipment. That's something that we generally do not do. Another difference is we're looking at the potential value of the crop, not necessarily the equity you've accumulated over the lifetime's work. These are short-term lines of credit that should not have long-term consequences.
All right. Well, with that in mind, crop prices are looking good right now. Input prices are still reflecting that strong revenue potential. How do those input prices factor into ARM financing?
High inputs have created an environment that is less tolerant for error. Weather stress in general is certainly decreasing the crop value over the last 30 days. The bottom line is inflation through higher input costs, crop price volatility, and higher interest rates are increasing risk. An ARM production loan can mitigate those risks without the added exposure to your real estate and equipment.
All right. So one last thing here, Mark. Tell me about Synthesis.
Yeah, Chip, Synthesis is our proprietary software that really allows us to very precisely understand the value of the crop insurance, and the government payment. This is the very thing that allows us to not have to depend on real estate and equipment when we are building our crop production loan.
Excellent, Mark. Thank you. Just go to www.armland, that's ARMland.com, and find the location nearest you. That is Mark Branch, president of Ag Resource Management.
You always play to win, so you know power of the home field advantage. And that's exactly what you get when you choose Dyna-Gro seed. With Dyna-Gro, you get access to hybrids and varieties tried and tested in your local area for consistent performance year over year over year. Hook your seed today and get the home field advantage working for you. Dyna-Gro seed, at home on any acre.
On your farm, achieving better yields is always the goal, but replacing current equipment with new isn't always an option. Bring new life and new technology to your current equipment with a John Deere Performance Upgrade Kit. It all starts at your local John Deere dealer. Schedule an inspection today to see how a customizable Performance Upgrade Kit from John Deere can unlock the potential of your existing equipment. Search John Deere Performance Upgrade Kit to learn more.
AgriTalk is brought to you by FBN, where for a limited time, new customers can save an extra 5% on Ag Saver glyphosate. Visit fbn.com/direct. Terms and conditions apply.
We're in the middle of a farmer forum here on AgriTalk. Welcome back. Ted Bauer from Ohio, Dennis Bogarts from Iowa. There's been kind of a theme, Davis, in today's show. A couple of tracks on a theme. Input costs, we've talked about that. The other thing is carbon curious. So let's go there first, guys. Start with Dennis. So Dennis, are you carbon curious at this point? Have you looked into some carbon contracts?
You know, I think if I remember right, we talked about this just a little bit the last time I was on.
Yeah.
And I think my response was, I don't even know if I know enough to ask good questions about it yet. And
Yeah.
it is one of those things where I think, you know, you got to spend some time and really ask a lot of questions and really know where you're going before you're going to make a decision on it. And it is an interesting concept, and I do kind of wonder about it and wonder, you know, where we're going to go. But again, I haven't taken the time yet to look at it real close to know exactly where to go with it. So
yeah, the going rate out there right now is about $20 an acre.
Yeah.
Is what it comes out to. I don't know if that's enough to get a lot of people really serious about changing up a production practice and how they do things for $20 an acre. Is that part of the issue?
Especially, yeah, I think so. Especially at this early state of the game, you know, I mean, if things change, you know, down the road and it turns into $40 an acre, you're signed in for 20. You know, that's a big difference. And or maybe what you sign up for, you know, the rules might change down the road, and you might sign up for something that doesn't actually qualify for the benefit that, you know, that the government might come out with later or something too. So yeah, $20 an acre is not enough to make, you know, especially at these prices right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, yield might be down, but at these prices, $20 an acre really doesn't get me going. Now, you know, if we were talking $3 corn and, you know, $8 soybeans, that might be a little different story. But yeah, that just right now that just doesn't really get me too interested into spending too much time even looking and learning about it yet. So
Gotcha. Jed, what about you? Have you looked into a carbon contract?
I think really Dennis kind of hit the nail on the head. You know, we talk about it a bunch over the spectrum of the nation, but locally there's just not a lot of traffic headed that way. And I think a lot of it has to do just exactly what Dennis said. You know, once our grain values went up, that $20 isn't enough for us to justify new practices if we have to buy new pieces of equipment, things of that nature. Not to take away from carbon credit, but I know locally the big talk is solar farms here. There's big money and a lot.
Yeah, and when you're talking about big money, it is significant revenue for the life of that solar panel, isn't it?
It seems to be. I think, but just similar to the carbon side of things, there's a lot of unanswered questions. Once you're locked in, you know, what options do you have? If you got in early, maybe that's great, but maybe you didn't get the right contract written, and it could be hard to mitigate that down the road. So any of those type of things, when you're trying to add in something addition to your operation, you really got to take time and study that and maybe get some legal advice, I think.
Yep. Good counsel right there, Jed. Absolutely. Okay, Jed, do you like the direction that the ag industry is going? Are the leaders of the ag industry, do they have their eyes on the right target?
So we talk about that a lot, and I believe, you know, it's a constantly moving target, and you're always adjusting. You know, I can speak from the corn side. You know, there's so many different avenues, and obviously the carbon thing, we look at that pretty hard. But when it comes to corn, right now, and it has been for years, that big target is always ethanol. We can move more bushels quicker with ethanol. You know, we were fortunate to get a lot of E15 stuff taken care of early on, but we were really disappointed with this administration. You know, we thought, okay, you know, this administration likes conservation, they like green energy, and they just completely bypassed the whole ethanol thing and went clear to electric, which every study that we've tried to put against, how can that even be feasible in the next few years? So we've had some good luck with legislators trying to look at new fuel standards, but man, when you start lobbying and talking to people, they're just worried about their next re-election, and trying to get something shoved through that makes sense is harder and harder to do. But we just keep beating that bandwagon is all you can do, I guess.
Yep.
And there's many other things. I mean, you know, we're looking at the new farm bill. You know, again, ag's always changing. So as we start writing this new farm bill, what needs to be changed, what needs to be supported. You know, crop insurance is huge. The amount of risk we put out nowadays. You know, so there's so many different avenues. Yeah, I mean, if you've got specifics, I'd love to get into it, but I don't want to take up all your time here just rambling.
Yeah, we've got about a minute left here. Dennis, I'm going to ask you the same thing. Do you like the direction the ag industry is going?
I think, you know, it depends on what, you know, perspective or what direction or what people we're talking about. But, you know, I think politically I do worry about the direction that we're going, because it seems like we're going away from, you know, like he said, you know, the ethanol and the biodiesel and all those other things, and just going straight to electric. I don't necessarily agree with that. But when you look at the, you know, the commodity groups and that kind of thing, I think they got their heads, you know, screwed on straight, and they're pushing forward for a lot of different things. And, you know, they're always working on the farm bill. That always seems like that's always out there. And, you know, just a lot of different opinions and a lot of different, you know, directions that we can go, and, you know, just looking for more markets and better yields and all that. So, I mean, that's what's going to benefit us, and maybe not the political side as much. So.
Yep. You know, Davis and I have described this drive to electric as aspirational policy. I think I'm changing that to delusional policy going forward. So, all right, Jed, thank you so much. That's Jed Bauer out in Ohio. Dennis, it's good to talk with you again as well. Dennis here in Iowa. That's our Farmer Forum today. Thank you guys for being part of it. Come back this afternoon. Craig Van Dyke, Top Third Ag Marketing, right here on AgriTalk.
Did you know that collectively, beef, poultry, pork, and dairy producers represent corn growers' #1 customer? The animal ag industry makes up roughly 38% of corn demand. Both industries share common interests on agricultural issues and continue to need each other to be profitable and successful. That's why the National Corn Growers Association, as part of our market development portfolio, works closely on a daily basis with our animal ag partners. Learn more about what we're doing to cultivate these relationships at ncga.com.
It's amazing what the engineers here at John Deere can figure out. The John Deere See and Spray Ultimate allows us to silence the environmental hazards of the chemical use on farms and to try and eliminate some of that overuse while still achieving the end goal of having clean fields and optimal yields. We'd use it for cost savings and the ability to go out and use less chemical to control them at an earlier stage. There's no other sprayer that I'll have on my farm.
Elmira, Corridon, and Marinko's home for rock classics. 97.9 WSLM.
NBC News Radio. I'm Michael Kastner. The western U.S. is bracing for another day of extreme heat. Forecasters say millions of Americans across at least 9 states can expect roasting hot temperatures today, with possible daily records broken. A document describing the foreign government's military defenses and nuclear capabilities is one of the documents found by FBI agents at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. NBC's Kristen Welker.
Intelligence officials say this new revelation is alarming because these documents in question are usually kept under lock and key. And yet, according to the Washington Post, the highly classified materials were among the more than 11,000 government documents the FBI recovered.
According to the Washington Post, documents with details of top U.S. operations are also one so closely guarded that many senior national security officials are kept in the dark about. Eric Trump is defending his father over the FBI's raid.
This whole thing is corrupt as hell. Everybody knows this thing is corrupt. It's sad. We shouldn't be here. The FBI knows that they cannot take attorney-client information.
Spoke to Fox News Tuesday about photos released by the Justice Department that shows some of the classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago. Claims his father is a very unique guy with an patience for employees. Former Trump advisor Bannon is expected to surrender to New York authorities today on state charges related to his fundraising efforts for a southern border wall. Trey Thomas with details.
Multiple reports say the New York case will likely be similar to the federal case made against Bannon in 2020, in which he was accused of pocketing money from fundraising. Months later, he was pardoned by now former President Trump. New York prosecutors allege that Bannon and several others defrauded contributors to a fundraising effort called We Build the Wall.
Michael Casper, NBC News Radio.
From WSLM's Weatherbird Weather Center, you're never more than 20 minutes away from the latest weather. This afternoon, sunny, high 82. Clear tonight, low 56. Thursday, sunny, high 82. Sunny Friday, high 84. I'm meteorologist Jim Minaldi, and this forecast is brought to you by Cascade Collection, collecting agency with a heart.
97.9 WSLM.
southern tinged rock right there. We're moving more towards metal in a moment. It's a long set next up.
Rock Classics 97.9. classic rock on the job. 97.9 WSLM.
Stellar advice from Autograph. Turn up that radio, though I'm thinking it already was turned up. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood was played before that. You can't hear that song softly. Neither can you hear Van Halen. That's on the way. Up from Molly Haskett.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean top messes off my stove top and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when white won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets.
Their thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like dunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Everyone's getting more with Verizon, the network America relies on.
For real?
Yep, for real. New and current customers can get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 on us with select trade-in and select 5G unlimited plans. Plus, get $200 when you switch.
Nice.
Everybody's getting more with the network America relies on. Verizon. 5G ultra wideband available in select areas. $999.99 device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with port in. Less than $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Okay, everyone gather around.
Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk.
Switching to green energy.
She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint.
All operations will net zero emissions.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
From WSLM's Weatherbird Weather Center, you're never more than 20 minutes away from the latest weather. This afternoon, sunny, high 82. Clear tonight, low 56. Thursday, sunny, high 82. Sunny Friday, high 84. I'm meteorologist Jim Minaldi, and this forecast is brought to you by Cascade Collection, Western Agency with a heart.
97.9 WSLM.
classic rock for the workforce. 97.9 rocks.
Van Halen, Love Walks In, one of my favorite Van Halen tracks. I'm Kara. I was born in Detroit. I think maybe it's in my blood. I know every single word that I hear. They'll be singing along next.
A new poll shows inflation is causing hardship for a majority of Americans. Gallup reports 56% of respondents describe their experiences as moderate to severe hardship. That's up from only 49% who said the same thing in January. Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon is expected to surrender to New York authorities on state charges related to his fundraising efforts for a southern border wall.
Multiple reports say the New York case will likely be similar to the federal case made against Bannon in 2020, in which he was accused of pocketing money from fundraising. Months later, he was pardoned by now former President Trump. New York prosecutors allege that Bannon and several others defrauded contributors to a fundraising effort called Rebuild the Wall. 68-year-old Bannon is expected to turn himself in on Thursday. I'm Trey Thomas.
The police response to the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas is now under review.
5 officers from Texas DPS are now under investigation for their actions or inactions during the shooting at Bob Elementary School. The Austin American statesman says the probe comes after the head of the DPS said in an email that movement on the scene could have acted more aggressively to confront the shooter who killed 19 children and 2 teachers back in May. I'm Rory O'Neill.
It's a mixed bag for Elon Musk in his ongoing battle against Twitter. A judge ruled the trial over his bid to delay buying the social media giant won't be delayed. However, claims made by a Twitter whistleblower can be added to the countersuit that Musk filed. He claims Twitter has major security shortcomings that threaten privacy on the platform and national security. The trial is due to begin October 17th. The popular kids cartoon franchise, Thomas & Friends, will introduce its first character with autism, named Bruno the Brake Car. Bruno is to be voiced by Chuck Smith, an autistic actor. Mattel says Bruno will play a vital role in the reboot series, Thomas & Friends, All Engines Go. You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio. I'm Candace Rubio.
97.9 WSLM. 97.9 WSLM.
Last night, walking down
how you rock it with Queensryche and one of the best songs ever from Bob Seger, Night Moves. You know I love it. Bad Company and a long set on the way, including live, too.
Aw, honey, I can't believe you gave me toe fungus.
I gave my wife toe fungus for the third time. My doctor then told me that toe fungus is not just a cosmetic problem, and that it can spread and get worse. He introduced me to a new and different routine that flushes out even the most difficult cases of fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. Call now, and for a limited time, you can try Crystal Flush risk-free for 30 days. Call 800-675-9431. That's 800-675-9431.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, it's so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Start your day with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit, available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real Chick-fil-A gas paid for the testimonials.
From WSLM's Weatherbird Weather Center, you're never more than 20 minutes away from the latest weather. This afternoon, sunny, high 82. Clear tonight, low 56. Thursday, sunny, high 82. Sunny Friday, high 84. I'm meteorologist Jim Minaldi, and this forecast is brought to you by Cascade Collection. Collection agency with a heart.
97.9 WSLM. Rock.